It's a very good September Friday evening to Tin Lane and Bruce Eva.
And a very good Friday evening to you too, Craig Willis. Welcome everyone inside the Melbourne Cricket Ground for the first preliminary final between Geelong and Brisbane. The winner obviously into next Saturday's grand final to play the winner of tomorrow's twilight match at the Sydney Cricket Ground between the Swans and the Magpies. Let's get down to boundary level. Ground conditions thanks to the Watchdog app. Download the Watchdog app to see vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. And it is good buddy Jackie Reid who is standing by.
Oh, thanks very much, good buddy. Well, the weather's had a lot going on today. The radar is pretty busy. We have had lots of rain this afternoon, so it's pretty slippery out there, but it does drain really well at the MCG, as we know. It's about 13 degrees at ground level, and just looking at the radar now, it looks like that next batch of rain might just miss us, which would be great. In terms of a crowd, we're expecting around 70,000 fans tonight, maybe even 75. No late changes for either side. The Cats do go in with the same team that beat the Pies. Mark O'Connor is their medi-sub tonight, and for the Lions, Joe Danaher and Oscar McInerney return. Darcy Fort and Tom Fullerton make way for them. Their medi-sub is Reece Matheson, the barometer.
Okay, good on you, Jack. Jackie Reid down there on the boundary. Ground conditions thanks to the Watchdog app. All of our stats tonight thanks to our good friends at First National Real Estate. Their team of real estate experts will put you first. I know Lee loves his historical stats. Well, how about we just focus on the ones this season? Geelong hasn't lost in 125 days. They are on a 14-match winning streak. Their last loss was to a side called St Kilda back in round 9. It's reminiscent of Carlton in 1995, actually, whose last loss of the season was to the Saints in round 9 and then won 16 in a row to win the flag in emphatic fashion. The Cats, it's their first game, have played only one game in the past 27 days.
I remember calling Carlton's 15th straight with Lee Matthews in the ABC box that year. And they won their 15th and 16th with a leg in the air, so to speak.
Flogged North in a wet preliminary final and then flogged the Cats in the grand final. More from Lee and Lloydie and Tim straight after the on-field ceremony. We're about to head down to Nat Edwards as the teams line up for the Welcome to Country and the national anthem. Of course, the Cats 1-5 in preliminary finals since the 2011 Premiership. They beat the Lions in 2020. But succumbed to Hawthorn in 2013, the Swans in 16, Adelaide, Richmond and Melbourne. Here's Nat Edwards.
Welcome you to the first preliminary final between the Geelong Cats and the Brisbane Lions. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and their contribution to the game of Australian rules football. To conduct an official welcome to country tonight, please welcome Wurundjeri Elder Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging that this evening we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to them gathered here this evening. Woman Jekka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balak, Yemen Kondi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri, no, Buddinbor War, Kondi Nagnak, Dubin and Big Bullock Bor, Tillican. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So, Woman Jekka, enjoy the game.
Thank you, Uncle Colin, for that wonderful welcome to country. If you are able, would you now please rise and join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem performed tonight by the amazing Bonnie Anderson.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice. rejoice, for we are one and free, with gold and store and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Penultimate weekend of the season, and the MCG begins to heave with the traditional throaty roar after the national anthem. The Cats and the Lions just a couple of minutes away. Matthew Lloyd and Lee Matthews, our finals experts, thanks to Motorsport Australia. Some final observations and a tip.
Well, one of the observations, Roy, both sides have got to this stage of the year with their best possible team on the field. I don't think I can remember. The Lions have certainly got their key unavailabilities, and I think Geelong have got them all up as well. So 14 straight, you've got to think that Geelong has rightly start the favourites. If they play at their best, they look like their best might well be the benchmark. So I would tip Geelong, I think, Lloydie, on that basis.
Yeah, I'm with Lee, Beaver. I think that they're just so strong defensively. So I'm just not sure they're going to allow Brisbane to score enough tonight. And I think eventually, I think Darcy Gardner will play on Jeremy Cameron. I don't think there's an obvious matchup for Jeremy. I also look at the wings, and I think those Holmes and guys like Zach Tui and the runners of Isaac Smith, I think, could prove a little bit too much for the Brisbane Lions. So I think they have the ability, Geelong, to shut down players and then get Stewart and De Koning and these types behind the ball to not allow Brisbane to score more than 60, 65 points.
I think the thing for Brisbane that has to go as well, McInerney's a much taller ruckman than Stanley, and Blicavs will be a spare in there. If he can sort of get a bit of a sense, get the ball running forward, not hit out, but actually get the ball running forward, that is the one part of the ground where the Lions could potentially have the edge.
Stanley had a very poor qualifying final. He's under a lot of pressure tonight, Lloydie.
He is under pressure because, John Segler's waiting in the wings, and I know they're a fan of John Segler, but he gets another opportunity because he's played for most of the season. So, it's a big role. McInerney's a good quality player. I've loved what McCluggage has done through the finals. I've loved what Lachie Neale's done. Hipwood's flying. Charlie Cameron is. So they've had some stars right throughout this final series. So I think the big chance for Brisbane is starting well off the back of Geelong only playing one game in a month's footy.
One milestone tonight, Jed Buse, the tough Cats defender, plays game 150. Umpires tonight, Brett Roseberry, Hayden Gavine and Brendan Hosking. We are all set to go. First quarter for Shell v Power. Friday night preliminary final football from the MCG, brought to you by Maccas on 3AW, your number one station for footy. To take up the call, the best in the business, Tim Lane.
Good on you, Beaver. Lions to the punt road end in the opening quarter. Brendan Hosking given the honour of bouncing the footy first. And he bounces it at a slight angle, but he's able to let it go. McInerney got it down to Neale, who hit it with a vengeance. Took it the wrong way and had to then swing it back to the wing. Oh, good mark. Taken for the Cats, and Holmes drives them into the 50, and Dangerfield with the flight takes a mark on his chest, 45 metres out directly in front. He'll have to kick it from pretty much on the 50, so it's a long tester, but what an opportunity for the great, now veteran midfielder, Brownlow medalist, multi-All-Australian, to give Geelong the perfect start. Clock ticks to 45 seconds into the contest as he lets it go from 49, and it's home. First goal scorer thanks to Resmed. What a start for the Cats. An amazing start, and I touched on the wings. What a player Max Holmes has become. They've been playing Selwood and Dangerfield on the bench at times to start quarters. I don't think they've liked it too much, Lee, but Max Holmes out on a wing
That was big. Outmarked and read the ball better than Robertson and got it straight inside 50.
Well, we got Selwood and Atkins who started on the bench tonight, and there's two of what you'd think of their premier midfields, but that just indicates the half a dozen of that midfield bunch for the Cats. They're a really even group.
So Paddy Dangerfield, 6 goals, 10 for the season coming into tonight, but a lovely long drop punt gets the scoreboard ticking in the opening minute for the strong favourites. McInerney wins it down to Lachie Neale. So 2 clearances for the Brownlow medalist. He wobbles a kick to right half forward, but it's intercepted by Mitch Duncan. Kicks on the left boot, and that's a very good mark by Jack Payne in front of Gary Rowan, defensive side of centre wing. The Lions to the punt road end in the first quarter. They're on the southern side. He kicks out wide, looking for Devon Robertson. No mark taken. Holmes has got it again. Swings it inboard. No mark taken again, but at ground level, Dangerfield, the goal kicker, swoops and goes very short, and he picks out Duncan, who goes low and hits Cameron on the chest. And Jeremy Cameron's got it at 60. He wants to move it quickly, and he finds his big mate in Hawkins. Does he? No. Didn't quite hold on to the mark. Umpire said he didn't get a push in the back, and we'll have a throw in 40 around from the Geelong goal.
Winning the clearances, Brisbane, but in general play, they've got to tighten up. They started this way last week against Melbourne, where they were just allowing too many uncontested marks.
Left half forward, southern side as they go to the city end. Starcevic from the stoppage gets a kick clear for Brisbane, but it's well marked in a contest by young De Koning. Out on the southern wing, he goes backwards to Henry as they work it into the corridor. Now to Stewart, and now they've got Kolodjasny loose, favouring the members' side edge of the corridor. Runs forward, has a bounce, no one comes at him. He pushes it wide to Tui. 65 out, right half forward flank. All Geelong in terms of build-ups at the moment. He plays on, he runs, has a bounce, centres top of the goal square. It needed to be marked for the Lions, and it was by last Friday night's hero, Jared Berry.
Very short to the left back pocket to Daniel Rich. Can't play on as Close did close very quickly. Rich looking across goal, not a lot on there, so he's going to hug the boundary line. Gee, the kick was almost battered down by Close. It clears the pack. McStay at the back, he going to run at it. Bailey, was he held without it? Umpire said no. Buse, game 150, gets there first to Cam Guthrie, who's almost run down by McStay, but the tackle sort of took him off his axis enough that he stumbled over the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in slightly into Geelong's attacking half on this members or broadcast side.
McInerney and Stanley standing a mile back from the throw in. The boundary umpire does okay. McInerney the tap in the Berry direction. It's near the boundary line, and it's over, so there'll be another throw in. How the matchup's looking, Lloydie, as you've expected?
Well, yeah, Jed Buse has got the job on Charlie Cameron, and there's no hard tag by the looks at the moment. So Lachie Neale looks to be running free, as does Dangerfield.
And it is Gardner on Jeremy Cameron as Berry shoved in the back from the throw-in, got himself over the ball, and Myers crashed into him. Hand pass to Rich, sneaking up the ground and then driving Brisbane well into their 50. 3 Cats up against 1. Spilling ball taken by the ruckman Stanley, who gets it onto his boot under pressure. High towards Jeremy Cameron, 2 against him. And in fact, it is his direct opponent, Darcy Gardner, who puts a big fist on it, hammers it forward and over the boundary line for a throw-in about 75 or 80 from Brisbane's goal, high on their left half forward flank.
Gardner got the Cameron matchup as expected.
McInerney starts in front of Stanley, but the athletic Cat eases his way to the front, wins it down brilliantly to Tui, who with the almost the inverse torpedo kicks it forward of centre wing, but Payne, his second mark of the night, steady in the back half, and he goes short and wide to Archie, who has got the matchup with Stengel, the All-Australian by the look of it. Off a step, a little dabbing pass to Rich. Could have kept running. Myers was about 10 metres away and had some momentum, so he stopped and propped, then weighted the pass brilliantly. And the exciting Zach Bailey's got it at 60 metres. He's looking at a crowded forward line. Kicks towards full forward. Danaher with the flight of the footy. No mark taken. Geelong outnumber the Lions almost 2-1. And they should run it out here. Kolodjasny the 1-2. Taking a bit of time to Blitzarves. Wobbles the kick almost to centre wing. Cameron will be the target. Gardner with the punch again. Close to the line. Payne, does he keep it in? Not quite. As the throw-in will take place right in front of the Lions dugout, slightly into their attacking half.
Gary Rowan, can he back it up? can he back it up and contribute tonight? Jackson Payne, his matchup early on.
So just Brisbane side of the wing. They've averaged 99 points in their 2 winning finals thus far, but it'd be hard to see them doing that against Geelong. From the throw-in, there's a free kick the Cats' way. Was the kick in danger?
Yes.
And it will be taken by Atkins between the half-back and centre lines for Geelong, favouring the members' side of the ground. Geelong one straight goal, kicked by Dangerfield in the first minute of the match. Brisbane haven't scored yet. Now Atkins, such a developing player for them this year, become a really mature midfielder, kicks to the wing, Selwood there in his 39th final, couldn't mark the ball. Brisbane's footy, McLuggage on his left, tried to nudge a little pass to Cameron, missed him and put it over the boundary line on the full. And Cameron just gives him an admonishment from 25 metres up the ground. Geelong's footy, Duncan will take the free behind the wing.
7.25 minutes in, a Patrick Dangerfield goal, the only score. Duncan goes long and strong, almost a right half forward. Blitzarv's got a piece of it, couldn't complete the mark. Myers wriggled out of one tackle, not so much out of the second, could have been penalised. Umpire eventually blows the whistle, we'll have a throw up, 60 out from the Geelong goal. So 6 plays 0. The Dangerfield goal coming in the opening minute. Blitzarves wins it, but straight down to McCluggage. He bounces a kick almost to centre wing. Zach Guthrie, brilliant. Got it to Tui. Paddled it back to Zach Guthrie. Set upon by 2 Lions. And just inside the centre square. So about 58 metres out from the Geelong goal, there'll be a throw up.
Tossed up now. Geelong's attacking end of the square. McInerney. Now it's socketed by Berry, who's had a bit of it already. Got it to Danaher, who dances rather cutely. Hand passes to McCarthy, nothing to go to. So he bombs it boundary side, but Stewart's able to collect a kind bounce and deliver neatly to Tui, who, without waiting, goes into the corridor to Duncan. Now to Stewart by hand. Long ball to the wing. Jeremy Cameron up. Coming down hard was Gardner. He's taken a while to pick himself up. Holmes could be dangerous again for Geelong. Southern wing kicks into half forward. Stengel weighted down. The ball just got away from him to the boundary for a throw-in. 60 out from Geelong's goal at left half forward.
Little knock, a little corky by the looks of it to Darcy Gardner, and you just see the running capacity of Jeremy Cameron already. Just he's hard to keep up with.
From the throw-in, the 246ers, Blitzarves and McInerney, a little bit of a mutual hug. No clear winner of the tap. A pile-on. There's the whistle. We'll have a throw-up right on the paint of forward 50 for the Cats.
And we saw the ball blasted in by Lincoln McCarthy. You can't do that. Tom Stewart sitting back behind the ball. They've got to work the ball through, lower the eyes with uncontested marks.
Blitzarve's first pour to it, to our old mate, no one in particular. Still no clean possession. Umpire Rosebery having a good look. Eventually Starcevic, well, he actually kicked it into the back of Zach Guthrie. Again, this is tough in the trenches. Finally another throw-up is called for, as umpire Rosebery picks up the yellow Sharon from the slightly damp turf. 60 out from Geelong's goal.
From the ball up, no decisive win just yet. Zach Guthrie's got it. He's gang tackled, and umpire Rosebery comes in and says, gentlemen, please hand the Sharon to me.
Maybe Brisbane have an extra at the contest. Geelong have an extra behind the footy.
Blitzarve's got a fist onto it, but stolen here by the Lions. McCluggage, a hand pass to Danaher, who gives it off to Rayner, who weaves his way into the clear and then pokes a little pass. Very well marked by McCarthy, who was coming down the ground with the flight. Had to be brave, he was, and he had to juggle it, and he did. And the man on the mark standing about 46 or 7 metres from goal. And the former Cat, Lincoln McCarthy, could perhaps draw first blood from a Lions point of view. Geelong with a goal. Lions haven't scored. McCarthy draws breath, lines them up, strides in slowly at first. Now into a canter, and from 51, kicks it long enough, straight enough. Brisbane have their first and scores a level. Getting to the middle of getting to the 11-minute mark of the opening term. It is 1 goal apiece on the Shell v Power scoreboard.
Oh, great response. As I said, they've got that extra number, so it's a different tactics. Geelong have got Tom Stewart freed up, so they would have thought to themselves, okay, they can have an extra, but we've got Tom Stewart behind the footy, but he got sucked up and they worked it really well. The to Lincoln McCarthy inside 50.
Well, they've started actually. What Blitzarv is basically like he's staying a ground level midfielder at times, but then he actually will do the ruck work in the forward half, and then Stanley's dropping back, and that's how they're kind of releasing the players. He's an unusual player, Blitzarv. There's a lot of things you can do with him. You can be a ground level midfielder or winger, but he's pushing into McInerney just to make sure that he can't get that full reach on the ball.
One of only 3 Lions to have played every game this season, and a super accurate 35 goals 13. From back in the centre, there's a late whistle here. It's going to be a Brisbane free kick, and it goes to Lockie Neal, and he handballs to McCluggage and delivers it lace out to Zach Bailey. He's called to play on. He was pointing at the man on the mark. Kicks a high ball to the top of the square. 3-on-2 favour the Lions. No mark taken. Buse at ground level. Handball to Koning, who was mown down immediately. Players pile in from all angles, and umpire Roseberry says, "Give it to me," and he'll throw it up 20 out from the Brisbane goal on a slight angle.
Tommy Atkins looks like the player who's now settled onto Lockie Neal, particularly at stoppages.
Brisbane having a good little patch here, have it close to goal. No easy possession in there. The one possession that was taken drew a Joel Selwood tackle, and Bailey can only pick himself up and get in position for a ball up. Blitzarv's a hand onto it here. Dangerous ball for the Cat defence. Is won by Atkins, who takes 2 steps and then drives it long. Payne up in front, but Rowan made the spoil. Stolen by Starcevic for Brisbane. Left foot kick into the 50. Very good mark. Dangerfield inside 50 in a dangerous spot for the Cats. He plays on and runs forward.
Early nomination for Foodworks for the mark of the night. Kicks into midfield. Brisbane there. McStay's handball was a bit sloppy, but McCarthy gathered. Hoofed it high and long. De Koning stands underneath it and takes the saving mark. Wants to move it quickly. Goes out wide to Duncan, who off a step. Cute little kick round the corner. Showed too much of it to McStay. And the double-fisted punch away from Isaac Smith, who's had a quiet start. I don't think we've called him as yet. We'll have a boundary throw in. True centre wing position. Isaac Smith?
Isaac Smith, yes to touch it, but that's twice. Their energy and their effort's fantastic, Brisbane, but McCarthy's bombed it twice to the loose behind the footy.
Which is just what they don't want to be doing against Geelong. From the ball up, it's aerial ping-ponged around until Neal got his hands onto it for Brisbane. Gave to Berry. Terrific smother by Close, who then collects the ricochet. Well done. Gives to Myers. Poor kick. Slid off the side of the boot and has gone out on the full. Free kick to Brisbane. In the back pocket, about 30 around or a bit more from the behind post. Gardner will take it. It's on the members' side and down at the city end.
Lockie Neal's clearance work already a big factor. And there's Gardner. Thumps it back from whence it came. Big pack fly. Rayner's claiming the mark against 2 bigger opponents and paid. He then bounces down. He runs through about 3 would-be tacklers. Handball to Answorth. Handball to McCarthy. Gave it to Bailey, who was right next to him. He hoofed a horrible-looking thing in towards the forward pocket. And Buse is happy to punch it away from Charlie Cameron, who's just showing a few signs of frustration early. And we'll have a throw-in 40 around from the Brisbane Lions goal in front of the Olympic stand.
Goal apiece. Throw-in. Left half forward for the Lions. Blitzarv's in front, took it out of the edge. That was well done. Gave to Atkins, to Kolodjasny, flicking it around quickly now to Stewart. High ball out to the wing, but Coleman set himself for that and always felt he could mark it, and he did. With a couple of opponents against him, he kicks adventurously to Gardner, running out of defence down the heart of the corridor. He goes to the teenager Wilmot, who takes the mark adjacent to the circle, just favouring the southern side, and he pushes it out towards that wing where Robertson receives it for Brisbane. A goal apiece, 15 minutes gone. Robertson runs boundary side and then drives it into the 50. Geelong well set up here. There's a big fist on the ball, sends it high into the air. Stewart crashed in, but stolen by Cameron. Couldn't escape the tacklers. It's spilt. Blitzarves, Holmes, Myers, now Close, and now Zach Guthrie gets it to the wing, but puts it out on the full. So it'll be coming back. Brisbane's ball, and the Lions just having the better of things, Lee, over the last 5 or 7 minutes.
They're really on top on the half-back line. They've actually taken 2 or 3 contested marks, and just at the moment, they're on top in that part of the ground. Keeps bouncing back.
Inside 50s for First National, 9-5 in favour of Brisbane. So it's the Geelong back line that is holding up strongly because Brisbane are on top in general play.
Lions go lateral across the half-back line. Ainsworth's kick's pretty ordinary, and that'll be a very comfortable mark there taken by Holmes, who just gave a little nudge on Payne. Terrible kick from Ainsworth. Inboard to Cam Guthrie, to the running Henry. He's within 60. Kicks it to the top of the goal square. Stengel a big chance. Off hands. There's a whistle. Oh, gee, a free kick against Stengel. That is an interesting decision. Starcevic will take it to the boos of the predominantly Geelong crowd. And he goes wide right to the boundary line, and Coleman takes the mark in the right back pocket.
Stengel physically had front position, but the umpire's indication was he held his opponent's jumper. Dangerous kick here, turnover. Stewart's got it, goes for goal from inside 50, but it's been taken off the Cats. There's a Brisbane free kick, and it will be taken by Berry. About 40 metres up from goal. The kick from Stewart went through. Boy, that would have brought delight from Cat fans had it stood, but it didn't. Kick to McCluggage. Kick out towards the wing. Little shove from behind by Kolodjasny. Is not penalised, and he takes the mark just behind the centre line for the Cats.
And he kicks a high up and under to the left half forward. Big punch away by Harris Andrews into the path there of Devon Robertson. Just gets his kick away under pressure from Myers. Bounces it to centre wing. Stewart with beautiful hands. Got it on the bounce. Handball then to Dangerfield, who handballed to Zach Guthrie. Kick towards the band. Right close, almost took a spectacular mark. Stengel couldn't control it, but he recovers. Gets away from Coleman. Half throws it forward, then tries to go again. Goes to ground. Brisbane there in numbers, but they're under pressure. I fancy there's going to be a throw up. There will be. Umpire Gavine with bodies laying all over the turf. In fact, Stengel's a little slow to get up just off the contest. We'll have a throw up 45 out from the Geelong goal.
Tossed up now. McStay a hand onto it. Doesn't come clear. Close got it to Myers. Little underground to Atkins. Scrambles it, kicked to within 25 of goal. Dangerfield out of traffic. Gave to Cam Guthrie. He's tackled, taken down, and there will be a ball up as Geelong now lift their intensity. 18 and a half gone. Still just one goal apiece. McStay rucks it, falls to Dangerfield. Kick was touched off the boot. Deflects out towards the right behind post. Picked up by Starcevic, taken down by Stengel. A chorus of ball, and it is paid Geelong's way. Starcevic penalised. Not a lot of prior opportunity, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of similar tackles to that will be balled up. It is a interesting call. He didn't look like he had prior opportunity. It was a good tackle, grabbed him by one arm.
Yeah,
so he's going by one arm. There's no chance he can get away with the ball. So I don't know about that one. There'll be a lot of similar ones not paid.
Zero prior opportunity.
Terrible. And even Guthrie moments earlier, he knew he was going to be tackled, so he just took it to get a ball up. That was a poor decision.
I wonder if the umpires get a negative mark for that. So much enthusiasm for the tackler. As shot at goal is a beautiful bending kick by Stengel, and he is up and about. He started brightly in this match. Geelong lead by that margin. One goal, two straight. Brisbane one straight. 19 and a half gone on the Collins House clock.
He's got the Starcevic matchup, or the Starcevic has got the Stengel matchup, and he's a really tough defender. He's a body contact defender, Starcevic. He doesn't play zone, so Stengel will know he's got an opponent out there, but he drew the tackle. He had the one-on-one contest that he got pinned for holding the jumper of Starcevic. That's going to be an interesting contest. Just at the moment, Cameron and Hawkins as go-to forwards, just in the early part of the game, haven't been able to make themselves available.
Just a stat on Tyson Stengel. This year, 36 goals from 14 games via the bottom 10 sides, just 10 goals from 9 games against the top 8. So that would mean a lot for him. He'd know that record. He hasn't stood up so well against the best.
Well, that's a decision went against the essence of the game. It would have been better for Starcevic not to take possession, as from the restart we'll have a secondary toss-up with Zorko tackled with no prior opportunity. McInerney wins it down. Stanley picks it up. He's gang tackled by both Berry and Neal, and umpire Hosking calls for it and will throw it up again. It was umpire Gavine who paid that contentious decision. Stanley, nice tap to Dangerfield, who did well to get a kick away under pressure from Berry. Payne could have taken the mark, elected to go the double-fisted spoil, but straight into the path of Close. Cats now have it, Sarves. He kicks it high and wide. He'll stay in the field of play. Gardner might have had a piece of Jeremy Cameron's arm. Wilmot grabs it. Also another high up under, close to the boundary line, punched away from Rowan. And we will have a boundary throw in right in front of the chock-a-block MCC members, 70 around from the Geelong goal. The Cats 2 straight, the Lions 1 straight on the Shell V Power scoreboard.
75 from Geelong's goal. McInerney, giant of a man against Stanley, a bit more athletic, got around him there and brought it down and then did his own roving. Well done, Reece Stanley, but his hand pass straight to Handsworth is tigerishly tackled by Close, and that wins a free kick for holding the ball. More justification that time. Oh, now Gardner, in trying to chase Cameron, ran into Close with the ball and did delay his release. He now kicks to full forward. Rowan had the run at it, couldn't mark. Holmes just about crumbed it. Been very good in the opening term. Brisbane's ball though. Coleman has to kick with the left under pressure. Out to the 50. Geelong well set up. Taken by Stanley. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. To Dangerfield for a second goal, and he's done it. That's a goal of the day thanks to Sheen Panel Service. The Cats make a break. Dangerfield with 2 of their 3. Brisbane just the 1 goal. 22 and a half minutes in.
Important Dangerfield as a midfielder. He's not the prolific, gets the ball 40 times midfielder, but the ability to kick his 2 or 3 goals, even 4. I mean, he's got 2 up towards the end of the first quarter, all just from being around half forward, running in, took the mark of the first one, and that one was just really a one-step 45-metre very straight kick for goal.
Yeah, Paddy Dangerfield, 8 disposals, 2 goals, 2 clearances in this first quarter. So
let's have a look at Jared Berry. Looks like he's getting to start to Dangerfield a little bit around the stoppages, whether that's a one-on-one role or just has been the match. But the Lions with Neil, he just keeps finding the ball off the ruckman's hands.
Good bounce to get us back underway. Stanley with the tap and 2 Lions fell over, which allowed the Geelong captain in Selwood, and then a pinpoint pass and the juggling marks taken by the Tomahawk. And Hawkins will go back and line up directly in front. The kick will have to travel the best part of 50 metres.
So Neil's winning plenty of ball, but they haven't been able to, this defence of Geelong are so well set up that they just get an extra man just back to support, whereas Geelong win a clearance and Joel Selwood just lowers the eyes to Tommy Hawkins. 2
majors tonight, and the Tomahawk moves into the top 20 all-time goal kickers from right on the paint. Thumping drop punt. Will it hold its line? No. Faded at the last second. And a minor score. It's the first miss of the night for either side. 3-1-19 Geelong, 1 straight 6 Brisbane. Shell V Power scoreboard, 24 minutes into the opening term on the Collins House online time clock.
As Coleman kicks short out to the members' back pocket to Gardner, who dabs it to Bailey. Bailey, one of the 2 Brisbane players who fell over in that move out of the centre, which Selwood was able to win. It's calamitous for Brisbane. Kick clear now for Ainsworth to take it off an aerial contest. He got it onto Danaher. Scrambles a kick up towards half forward. No depth in the kick. Hand pass to Brisbane's advantage by Zorko, who's been pretty much unsighted. But it's out towards the boundary and forced over by Kolajasny. There'll be a throw in high, very high at half forward for the Lions, who are now 13 points down. And they can do with a goal right now because the Cats are starting to generate something you'd almost describe as momentum.
And the Brisbane Lions captain hasn't had a disposal as yet as Stanley wins the tap. Selwood weaves through the congestion, kicks on his non-preferred left. Players are pushed up the field, so now they backtrack. Payne will get there first. Rowan worried him out of it. They both go to ground, and the yellow Sharon tumbles over the boundary line, 55 around from the Geelong goal. Lloydie, some key numbers thanks to our good friends at First National Real Estate.
Yeah, Charlie Cameron yet to touch it. Eric Hipwood yet to touch the footy. Rowan and Smith yet to touch it for them. But in terms of Geelong's ascendancy, it's 5 contested marks to 1. They're dominating the aerial battles.
Clearance to Brad Close, little toe poke towards the right forward pocket. Payne with clean hands. Interesting handball to Berry. Another interesting handball. Eventually the kick forward by Ainsworth. Off his non-preferred left. Players from all points of the compass. De Koning almost took the mark. Bailey was well tackled by Zach Guthrie. Wasn't rewarded. Eventually there's the whistle and we'll have a throw up slightly into the Cats' attacking half. 3.5 minutes of playing time remaining in the first term.
McInerney did well, thrashed it forward with his left fist, straight to Rayner, who he's been good in the first quarter. Kicks to McCarthy, hand pass to Neal. Coleman sneaking up past the centre, kicks and finds Archie, who takes the mark, 25 out. Angle a little tighter than 45 degrees, but it is a true scoring opportunity for Brisbane, started by McInerney and Rayner.
Hey Tim, they worked it beautifully because Rayner could have easily slammed it on his boot like McCarthy has a few times, but there's numbers back, so he hit the shorter option and they bypassed Tom Stewart.
Now they need Calamachi to deliver here. 25 out, kicks, and he kicks well. Wasn't an easy shot. He made it look simple, and they're back within 7 points. 3-1-19 Geelong, 2 straight goals. The Lions on the Shell V Power scoreboard.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to get the right kicker, and you can release a player to come into the centre square and release it into 50. And that was a beautiful kick that actually the weight to Archie is very good.
It's a real arm wrestle, this game, and as I said, I thought they were that tough last week, Brisbane, and I think they've started better tonight than they did last week. I thought that first 15 minutes was pretty poor from Brisbane. They allowed Melbourne to do as they pleased, but this has been good, hard, tough finals footy.
Calamachi, he was the medical sub in the elimination final, was on within about 5 minutes after the concussion to Oscar McInerney, and actually had 3 shots at goal in the opening term up there against the Tigers. Kicked 1 goal, 2. He gets an early goal tonight. Back underway with a terrible bounce.
And Timmy, Beaver, he's on a wing tonight. So he's played forward last week, but playing a wing on the wing. So he drifted forward for that goal that he just kicked.
That was our old mate Brett Rosebery. Still arguably the best umpire in the business. Didn't have a good moment then. He throws it up now. Stanley actually throws it out towards Selwood, who fumbles. And De Koning takes on a couple of would-be tacklers. Or Zach Guthrie, the smaller version of him. Umpire Rosebery gives him the benefit of the doubt, says I'll throw it up. Stanley with another tap, straight to Selwood. There's the Selwood slump, draws a free kick for too high. McInerney, well, it's a long way down for the big bloke. He takes the free kick quickly. Across ground to Stewart, who marks alongside the centre circle.
And pushes it nicely to Buse, the 150 gamer. A hand pass to Kolajasny running towards the 50. Gives to Stanley. Quick kick to Isaac Smith, who blazes away with the left boot. Puts it across the goal face for a minor score. Might have been his first disposal of the footy. 3-2-20 to 2 straight goals. Geelong by 8 points.
Little short pass in from Rich to Neal, back to Rich, who had to step around Gary Rowan, kicks in the McInerney direction. Dangerfield landed awkwardly after affecting the spoil. Players crashing again from all angles. McInerney with a clever tap forward. Will a path open for McCluggage? No. Henry with a fine smother. Really tough finals footy here, as you'd expect. McCluggage goes again. Torn down in a tackle by Stewart. Dangerous tackle, says umpire Rosebery. And the star wingman will take it for the Lions, right on the Toyota logo on the members' wing.
Yes, you could feel that one from here. McCluggage kicks to the 50 to the left flank, going for Hipwood's lead, but Jeremy Cameron's got up the ground, and he takes the mark for the Cats at half-back. Kicks into the corridor, Blitzarves, and then comes by to receive and drive it piercingly to Tui. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie on the burst. Long ball. Hawkins arrives, but Harris Andrews in front. Stands staunchly, puts it over the boundary line with his fist before the throw in Jackie Reid.
Yeah, Tom Atkins has come off the ground. It looks like he copped a hit to his right side of his ribs, so he's just gone down into the rooms for an assessment.
Thanks for that, Jack. Inside the final minute of the first quarter, it is the Cats by 8 points. Hawkins to do the ruck work against McInerney. Hawkins actually takes front position, which he rarely does. Wins the tap. Selwood could have copped one high on that occasion. Shoveled out a handball to Close. He looked for Stengel. Boundary line the winner as they ran out of tarmac. And we'll have another throw in, this time about 40 around from the Geelong goal.
Siren not far away, but there is time for a score, certainly at Geelong's end, maybe even at Brisbane's if everything went swimmingly. Hawkins, beautiful flick over his head, but Isaac Smith couldn't collect. Picked up by Wilmot, has to hurry a kick. Rayner attacked it well, good stuff. Hand pass to Zorko, who kicks along the line, but crosses the line. It's gone out on the full. Geelong's ball, or was it touched? It must have been touched, and there will be a throw-in. Either that or it touched the paint. Throw-in on the wing.
And in neutral territory, still with 25 ticks on Dominic Alafaci's clock, who is going to go forward and create a chance? It'll be the Cats through Dangerfield, who kicks a long 55-metre drop punt in the Hawkins direction. Andrews with the spoil and did well not to chop the arms. Ball over the boundary line. Again, about 30 to 35 around from the Geelong goal.
Done a good job so far, Andrews, on Tom Hawkins. He's got that bit better height, so his reach is enabled him to spoil.
Very, very long arms. McInerney this time to go against Blitzarves. Blitzarves works it to the front. He was brilliant then. Handball to Stengel was just a little fierce. Now, is that incorrect disposal? It's going to be a Geelong free kick. It'll go against the youngster Wilmot, and the Cats will have a shot for goal after the quarter-time siren.
Just wonder if there was a free kick earlier than that to the Brisbane Lions for a high tackle. Just right on the siren. They just need to hang on there. And McInerney was slow to react to the boundary throw.
Holmes wants to kick across the body, so he can only run to the line of the mark to kick it across his body, which is really an interesting call. Takes half a step too much. The umpire called play on.
From 30, he does it brilliantly, Lee. He snapped it around the corner and kicked the Cats forth and kicks them out to a 14-point lead at quarter time. There's a little bit of a to-do as the Cats celebrate and the Lions trudge towards their quarter-time huddle, with Geelong leading 4-2-26 to Brisbane 2 straight 12 on the Shell V-Power scoreboard. Patrick Dangerfield with 2 goals, Tyson Stengel and Max Holmes, who of course kicked the winner right at the end of the qualifying final, kicks the last goal of the first quarter, while for the Lions, Archie and McCarthy have kicked their 2 majors. 14-point lead to the Cats at the first change on the Shell V-Power scoreboard. A quick break for Maccas. 3AW is finals football.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
Get away this weekend with Shell V-Power 98, the premium unleaded fuel designed to remove gunk and deliver unbeatable protection for your engine. Fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power. Details online. Proud supporter of 3AW football.
1 in 6 Australian men will develop prostate cancer in their lifetime. And in Victoria, around 1 in 5 men with prostate cancer will seek diagnosis and treatment at Epworth. With over 100 experienced urologists, advanced robotic technologies and innovative treatments, Epworth offers complete prostate cancer care. At Epworth, clinical expertise is backed by the leading E.J. Whitten Prostate Cancer Research Centre, dedicated to finding better, less invasive diagnosis and treatment options for men. Choose Epworth for prostate cancer care. Epworth for you, Epworth for life. Ask your GP for a referral to an Epworth urologist or visit epworth.org.au/prostate.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Was it good for you too?
Of course. Let's go again. This time with the trimmer.
The only thing better than doing the garden is doing it with your best mate and your Honda Lawn and Garden power equipment.
My turn with the mower.
Honda's durable petrol or battery range includes mowers, brush cutters, hedge trimmers and more. Everything you need to spice up your gardening. Get your hands on a Honda. See the range at honda.com.au.
As the manager of a city restaurant specialising in fine dining, I can't tell you how serious a pest problem can be. That's why I'm with Adams Pest Control, a HACCP certified provider of pest control services. They help me keep on top of the problem with their new smartphone app, so I can make sure that rats, mice and cockroaches are not on the menu.
She's with Adams Pest Control.
Download the app at adamspestcontrol.com.au.
This October, All You Need Is Love, Australia's favourite Beatles with Orchestra show, returns to Hamer Hall. Don't miss the vocal brilliance of Kieran Gribben, Jack Jones, Sarah McLeod and Jackson Thomas, accompanied by the Day Tripper Band and Strawberry Fields Rock Orchestra. 40 musicians and singers perform 30 Beatles masterpieces. All You Need Is Love, Saturday, October 1st. Book now on Arts Centre Melbourne and Ticketek.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
3AW Footy Highlights.
Drives them into the 50 and Dangerfield with the flight takes a mark on his chest. 45 metres out directly in front as he lets it go from 49 and it's home. Gives it off to Rayner, who weaves his way into the clear and then pokes a little pass. Very well marked by McCarthy. Kicks it long enough, straight enough. Brisbane have their first, picked up by Starcevic, taken down by Stengel. A chorus of ball and it is paid. Shot at goal is a beautiful bending kick by Stengel. Geelong well set up, taken by Stanley. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie, to Dangerfield for a second goal and he's done it.
Cats by 14 points at the first change on the Shell V-Power scoreboard. Shell V-Power get away this weekend with Shell V-Power 98, the premium fuel designed to deliver unbeatable protection. Fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power. Details online. 4-2-26 to the Brisbane Lions, 2 straight 12. Paddy Dangerfield with 2 goals. Before Lloydie and Lee, our preliminary final experts, thanks to Motorsport Australia. Let's get down to the boundary line. Jackie Reid with a pilot medical update.
Thanks very much for that. Geelong have the big one at the minute. Tom Atkins is still down in the rooms getting assessed. It looked like he copped a hit or at least pulled up a bit sore in an area close to his right rib. So he's having that checked out by the doctor at the minute. And for Brisbane, Brandon Starcevic had his left knee taped up, but he looks good to play on.
Done a good job on the clearances, Geelong. I think that's where they've got a little bit on top. 15-9 with the actual numbers. That gave them better field position, more inside 50s, and they were able to generate their 4 goals. Not easy goals. Both defensive groups look pretty solid, don't they?
Yeah, lucky goal that one, wasn't it? Starcevic, poor decision by the umpire to give Stengel that goal when it was 1 goal apiece. But in the end, they've got +5 inside 50s, 6 scoring shots to 2, dominating the air, 6 contested marks to 1. +12 contested possessions and +6 clearances. So starting to show the gap between the two sides by the end of that first quarter.
So slight delay here. It looks like one of the
umpires trainer is kicking off.
Yeah, is it one of the boundary umpires? Do the boundary umpires wear GPS tracking? He was certainly having some adjustments made to the back of his lime shirt. In fact, no, it's actually field up by Brendan Hoskin.
But must have been an
maybe
audio.
Technical issue, not a wardrobe malfunction. So second quarter coming up for Robot Building Supplies. After that slight delay, Brendan Hoskin is chucking his shirt back into his charcoal shorts and away we go. Cats to the punt road end, Lions to the city end. McInerney won the tap, but straight to Dangerfield. His kick only went about 10 metres, but Cam Guthrie ran onto it. Handballed it forward, and I think it's going to be a Lions free for a push in the back against Gary Rowan. It will go to Jack Payne right on the paint of defensive 50. Payne looks left, looks right, then looks left again and goes short and sideways and picks out Harris Andrews at left half back.
Drives it along to a 5-cornered contest on the wing. No one can mark it. There's a free kick Geelong's way just as Rayner was scampering away with the ball. Kolajasny will take it out towards the southern wing. Jackie's told you Atkins is still down in the rooms. Saw a TV glimpse of that and it just did look a bit concerning. Kicking towards Hawkins outside the 50, can't mark. Snavelled here by the Cats though. Cam Guthrie, little hand pass to Tui. He's tackled, taken over the boundary line for a throw-in. 60 metres from Geelong's goal, Jackie.
Yeah, Tom Atkins is back on the bench now, so he's had some treatment downstairs and he looks like he's okay to play on, which is news.
Another quick medical update for our good friends at Pilot as the ball comes spinning back into play. McInerney on this time gets first paw on it, but straight to Stengel under pressure from Ainsworth. Gets a kick in the Rowan direction. Did he hold it for long enough? No. He's had a very quiet start. Has the red-headed forward from the play-on call. There's about 4 players over the top of the footy, and eventually the whistle for a throw-up about 40 out from the Geelong goal on a very tight angle. Thrown up quickly. No clear winner of the tap. Hawkins tries to shovel out a handball. Wilmot's got it. Hawkins has got him. Whistle again, and the football barely moved a metre. Again, Tim will do it at right half forward for the Cats.
And the Lions have got to be strong. They've got to resist here as Geelong will press early in this quarter and try and extend this lead. No takeaway by either team. The arm wrestle is on in earnest in this early part of the second quarter. Umpire Rosebery throws it up. The ruckman almost wrestled themselves out of it. McInerney able to pinch it, give to McCluggage. Hand pass to Berry. Swinging high, left footer is too wide, out on the full. Geelong applying tremendous pressure back there, making it hard for Brisbane to bring it out in a coherent way. Cats work it inboard to Stewart. Kicks to Buse, played on, Cameron got hold of him, forced to release to nobody in particular. Buse is able to get in and get his hands on it again though. Stolen though by Robertson, who gave it off to Bailey. He had to dispose and hope for Cameron. Cameron's got it. Bailey receives from him. Now back to Robertson sneaking forward and steering a pass, but it really wasn't a good delivery, and De Koning's able to chop it off and mark about 40 metres clear of the goal front that he's defending for the Cats.
Looks lateral, thinks better of it, and kicks a wobbly drop punt back in the Myers and Rich direction. Rich punches away into the path of Devon Robertson, who was worried out of it by Max Holmes, and then Holmes lays another tackle, this time on Hipwood, and another throw up. Are we keeping count on number of stoppages for First National Real Estate, because we've had an awful lot already?
We have Beaver, 32.
75 metres out from the Brisbane goal. McInerney swipes it down. The ball ricocheted back to him. The big ruckman wobbled a left foot, kicked the centre half forward. McCarthy did all the hard work, then dropped the mark. Recovered, but Bailey caught front on. Will take a free kick. That was quite clumsy there from Jack Henry. And Bailey will have a shot for goal from right on the paint of 50, virtually directly in front.
Might have just got his positioning wrong then, Henry, but normally when a player's got his head over the ball, you're just really careful from front of. But he sort of jumped over the top of him, so he didn't do a whole lot of damage, but an obvious free kick.
2 goals last week against the Demons for Zach Bailey. 36 for the season, also very accurate. 36-16 to be precise. He's on the runway. Drop punts, pretty good connection. Long, straight and home. And the Lions get the first of the second quarter. And they're yet to miss, and that's what's keeping them in it. 3 straight 18. Geelong 4-2-26. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard as we approach the 5-minute mark of the second term. For Motorsport Australia, here's Matthew Lloyd and Lee Matthews.
Not earning a lot of free kicks. Well, there's 3, maybe 4 from free kicks already, Lloydie. It's very hard to crack the opposition defence, but every now and again a free kicks result in a shot at goal.
Yeah, that's right. Brisbane, really finding it hard to get them from marks to De Koning and Stewart and these guys dominating the air. But their smalls have found ways. A goal to Bailey, goal to McCarthy, and a goal to Archie in different ways, and they're in touching distance here. The Brisbane Lions, as long as they keep their pressure up, they'll be in this game, because Geelong tackling has been a feature as well tonight.
8 points Geelong's way. McInerney the better of it in ruck, and then he might be able to do some damage on the ground. He soccers it forward, out towards the right flank. A foot race. First one there is Holmes, an athlete, and with good athlete's genes. It's taken by Rayner though for Brisbane. Got a hand pass to Cameron, to Berry. None of it easily done though. Cats closing in. Rayner's got it again. He's on the 50. Little steering left footer. Overrun by Answorth. Picked up for Geelong by Tui, who goes laterally, and Buse takes the mark, and the Cat fans breathe a sigh of relief. Jed Buse between the back pocket and the half-back flank on the members' side.
He's got the job on Charlie Cameron, and that was Cameron's second handball. Yet to have a kick yet.
No Lion stands the mark, so Buse runs forward a few metres. Long kick, Rowan takes the juggling grab. First disposal for the night.
Yep, first one.
And we're 6 minutes into the second quarter. Almost runs himself into trouble, and then handballs to Cam Guthrie. Straightens the body to kick on the right foot, and a neat pass down the line to Brian Myers, who's just ever so slightly into Geelong's attacking half. Atkins comes off the bench, so good to see him back, and receives the handball from Myers. Closes to 55, centering ball. Was that an arm hold on Jeremy Cameron? It was. And big Jeremy Cameron will take the free kick from about 45 metres on the slightest of angles to the punt road end. And remembering tonight, we could have one of those rare occasions where the Coleman medalist gets overtaken, with Jeremy Cameron starting the night on 62 goals, just a couple behind Charlie Curnow. So Jeremy Cameron 3 majors against the Magpies in the qualifying final. Short approach, kick starts left, and that's where it stays. Minor score, 4-3-27 Geelong, 3 straight 18 Brisbane on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Well, that's a miss to keep the Lions close. Short kick into Coleman, who kicks very high, not really what they want to be doing. Doesn't reach the wing off the pack. It's a Brisbane ball, but going nowhere as the Cats close in on Lockie Neal and force a ball up. It's about 65 metres out from Geelong's goal at the Punt Road end. McInerney controlling things at the moment. Won't be an easy takeaway here. Umpire lets it go. Picked up by Berry. Couldn't get boot the ball. Spillage with Tui. He pushes wide in the Selwood direction, but it's over the line off Selwood's hands. A throw in between wing and half forward for the Cats. 4-3-27 leading Brisbane. 3 straight goals by 9 points. 8 gone second term.
A goal to a behind in this second quarter in favour of the Lions. Zach Bailey, the goal kicker. Blitzarves takes it straight out of the ruck, but then was dispossessed. Zorko soccers it forward. Rayner, who's had some very good moments, was brilliant there. Through traffic with a handball to McInerney. Kicks forward to centre wing, but that is a terrific mark from Jack Henry. Almost on centre wing, goes very short, in fact not the required distance. Duncan handballs back to Henry, pirouettes when he didn't need to, gets a handball to Stanley, kicks out wide, and Tui takes the mark in front of Zorko, defensive side of centre wing.
And behind the centre line by 10 or 15 metres, umpire tells it is got to play on. He goes across ground, Henry marks, he's got the coning short, but more direct as Stanley down the corridor, marks forward to the centre, drives it into the 50. Rowan was coming hard, well blocked, and Payne puts a huge fist on the ball. 25 or 30 metres to Rayner, who's immediately tackled, and there'll be a ball up at the attacking end of the centre square for Geelong, so about 10 metres outside their 50 as Stanley flies, can't direct it effectively, and the ball is fought for at ground level without there ever being likely to be a victor, and umpire Roseberry comes in and will ball it up now right at the top of the 50, centre half forward for the Cats.
So many players around the footy. Now Stanley got rid of McInerney illegally and gives away a free kick. How have you rated Reece Stanley's game so far, Matthew Lloyd?
He's been okay. I think he's battling pretty hard, I think. Yeah, they've both had their good moments.
Since he started, well, he's trying to get his body into McInerney so McInerney can't outreach him, but just as the game's going on, McInerney's a bit better.
McInerney airball to Coleman. It was an ordinary kick to Hipwood, which allowed Zach Guthrie in. Kicks towards full forward. Rowan takes the mark 15 metres out. And that horrible helicopter of a kick by Kadeen Coleman will come back and haunt the Lions if Gary Rowan kicks truly from only 20 metres out on the slightest of angles.
Hipwood had such a great game last week, but he's playing like a guy with no confidence. Like, he dropped the mark feeling like there was more pressure around him, and then they've been punished down the other end. So Hipwood still yet to have a touch, and he attacked that ball like a man with no confidence.
To push it back out to a 15-point lead at the 10.5-minute mark of the second term. Gary Rowan, made the goal umpire work, but he's got it at home. Snuck it in at the Punt Road end, and the Cats get their first of the second term, which took the best part of 11 minutes. Geelong 5-3-33. Brisbane 3 straight 18. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard for Motorsport Australia. Here's Lee Matthews.
A good confidence builder then by Gary Rowan. He's been outplayed in the air a little bit by Jack Payne. Only young player Payne, but he's tall and he's athletic. It's interesting they're gone with him on the match-up. He's taken 2 or 3 intercept marks, but that one he just got caught on the rebound, but Rowan was good enough to make sure. It wasn't an absolutely uncontested mark, but he read it well. Good mark, good goal.
Well, Hipwood needs to use that moment to just find some positivity in his game. He makes the lonely walk back to the full forward line for Brisbane. From down on the other side of the wing, ball up is Skew. It falls Geelong's way. Dangerfield, pinged for inadequate disposal. Free kick to Neal. So Brisbane's footy. as they have the task of trying to reel Geelong in again. They're 15 points down. Neil into the 50. Hipwood came from behind, flew with purpose, was never going to be able to get clean hands onto that footy from about fourth in line. And the ball finishes up submerged under a pack to be tossed up just inside Brisbane's 50. Taken by Tui off the ruckman, tackled, and there'll be another ball up half forward for the Lions.
Again, so many players around the footy. Blitzars wins it. Hipwood tries to crash through. There's a bit of redemption at the moment, you feel, as Zorko hits the handball to Rich from 52. He has a look at the goal. He drives it long, and he's just missed. A thumping kick from Daniel Rich. Brisbane's first miss of the night. 3-1-19. The Cats 5-3-33.
Short kick in. Cam Guthrie marks. Hand pass to Stewart, who goes along the line to Guthrie Jr. Can't mark it. Selwood there to mop up. Hand pass to Close. On the wing with a bit of space. Low skidded to Rowan. Oh, head on. Literally between Rowan and Coleman. Ball now the subject of a tug of war between wing and half forward for the Cats. There will be a ball up. Well, it could almost have been a clash of heads as those two came at it with heads over the ball. Fortunately, it wasn't. Neither the worse for wear. Taken by Atkins from the restart. He's gang tackled to the deck, and there'll be another ball up a bit closer to Geelong's goal, but still about 85 metres out.
Cats by 14 points. Blitzars with the tap down to Dangerfield. Storms through a bit of congestion. Gets the handball to Atkins. He wobbles a kick forward. Darcy Gardner takes the mark, comes into the centre corridor to Rich, who sweeps a handball to the running Coleman, who handballs then to Bailey, ducks out of the Kolodjasny tackle, but then coughs it up. Kolodjasny with a handball to Stengel. Big turnover here, kicks the full forward. Well done by Harris Andrews with the spoil, but Hawkins recovers best, slipped over. Handball to Cameron, handball to Myers, little kick around the corner, and it's a goal! It's the goal of the night thanks to Sheen panel service. Brilliant snap from Brian Myers, and it's a match high 20-point lead to the Cats. 6-3-39 to Brisbane 3-1-19 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
Ended up being an ugly goal, Lloyd. It didn't look like when they got the ball the front of the centre square with a bit of time and space on the rebound that there was going to be a better option than that, but Tom Hawkins having a poor night at the moment. He fell over, but he eventually was able to get the ball clear. Cameron got tackled, and then Myers, a good kick across the body. It was Myers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And I think it sums up the game, that last passage. They're just making too many errors, Brisbane. They're just costing themselves. They've scored 4 goals, 1 Geelong from Brisbane turnovers. Brisbane haven't even scored a point from Geelong turnovers. Geelong just don't. They're so well set up behind the ball, you can't punish them. Brisbane making too many errors.
Danaher's been thrown in the ruck, try and get him into the game. Maybe not a bad move. Lions work it 30 metres their way up towards their 50, and eventually a ball up is forced. So there will be a toss-up just a step outside the 50. Brisbane desperate for the next goal. Blitzarves the tap down to Dangerfield, gives to Duncan, now to Holmes on the break, confidently has a bounce in the soft conditions from the wing, drives it to the 50. Cameron held his ground well, runs onto the ball at the back. His hand pass though under pressure, lacked depth. Stolen by Wilmot for the Lions. Kicks towards Archie. Holmes fell over, enabled Archie to get clear and get a kick beyond the wing to a lead from Hipwood, and this time he takes the mark on his chest at full tilt, right on the wing southern side, as Brisbane look for an effective build-up here.
Only halfway through the second term, but as Tim said, the Lions definitely need the next one. Hipwood with a high up and under the left half forward. Henry sits underneath it and in the end takes an uncontested mark. As he stepped off his line, umpire says yes. He was going to come inboard and then elected to go outside to Kolodjasny. He also was called to play on. High kick down the line, Archie in best position to mark. Nice spoil by Dangerfield. Ball over the boundary line, centre wing on the southern side. As we cross 16 minutes of this second term on the Collins House online clock, and it's Geelong 6-3-39, leading Brisbane 3-1-19.
And the Cats being sure-footed so far on their way towards what they hope is a grand final appearance. It might get better. Dangerfield breaks away from the stoppage. Oh, Harris Andrews did really well against Hawkins, who had him out of position. There's a ground-level tug of war. There's a holding the ball free kick, and it's going Geelong's way. It is against Andrews, who after competing so well while the ball was off the ground. Found himself over the top of it on the deck, and it's a shot at goal from 20 out, directly in front for the Cats. And things are about to get worse for Brisbane. Hawkins walks back, and you would think, having been well held so far, he would be absolutely hell-bent on making sure he makes no mistake here.
So Darcy Gardner was the one that ended up falling over it, and the ball spilled out, but it was like pushed back in underneath him.
Yeah, whether it was pushed back or he dragged it back, he gets the punishment, doesn't he?
Missed once in the first quarter from a long way out, this time from close in. He misses again.
Stabbed at it, Tim. He just steered it through, didn't follow through, and paid the price.
Margin 21, 6-4-40 to Brisbane, 3-1-19, 17 and a half gone.
That might have been a little bit of the footy gods, because that was another very ordinary decision. Coleman short to Gardner. Gardner very short to Starcevic, who almost had the ball punched away by Myers. That brilliant goal a couple of moments ago. 21 points is the Geelong lead. Starcevic hammers it long down the line to centre wing. Danaher, fourth in line, finally gets into the game, takes a lovely contested grab. Goes short inboard to the youngster in Wilmot. Game 3, all of them finals. Pops a little pass over the top to Answorth. No cat near him, so he trots off and then kicks a 50-metre drop punt towards full forward Stewart. Terrific grab. McStay's had no influence whatsoever, and the champion defender saves the day for the Cats.
Yeah, that's really Brisbane's worst nightmare. Cats perfectly set up, and McStay was led to the ball by Stewart. Clearing kick almost reaches the wing. Zach Guthrie shoots a hand pass to Cameron on his preferred side. Overshot the mark, so well set up was he. Dangerfield couldn't lay a glove on it, and Zorko behind him said thank you very much, and chips a little kick to Wilmot, who's got it again and looks very much at home in this environment. He kicks nicely for Hipwood, who won't drop this. He takes the mark forward of the wing, but they've got to find a way in. He goes long now. Can McStay make something of this? He's in better position, but he's comprehensively outmarked from behind by Kolajasny, who chips across the goal face to Stanley.
How dumb are they, though? I reckon Hipwood's booted 3 in to Geelong numbers.
Stanley kicks straight down the centre corridor. Dangerous kick. Wilmot there, but Cats actually win it back. Myers with a handball to Duncan. Forces it forward by hand to Close. Couldn't pick it up cleanly, so socket it forward. Gardner to get back into the back of Cameron. Umpire call play on. Myers with a handball to Holmes. Holmes with a handball to Hawkins. Hawkins with the banana goal. And the Cats push it out to a 27-point lead. They've now kicked 3 goals to 1 in this second term, including the last 3 majors after Zach Bailey kicked the first of the quarter, and it's 7-4-46 to 3-1-19 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
And they said there's probably 3 or 4 big, strong contested marks in their back 50 Geelong, which then starts the rebound. And just at the moment, the tall Lions forward just can't get it against the Geelong defenders. Although go up the other end, Hawkins and Cameron aren't exactly killing them, but Andrews and Gardner aren't actually getting the ball. They're defending well, but it's the getting and then rebounding of the Geelong back 50's been outstanding.
Oh, it's frustrating. Yeah, they're just not thinking through it. Like you just don't launch long and high against them. You've just got to get another pass in, go lateral. The goals they have kicked haven't come from long high balls in. They've thought through. Horrible bounce by umpire Hosking will be recalled. I think I heard you during the week on 3AW Lee talking about the fact that Brisbane might be better off just grubbing the ball in than bombing it in the air.
Well, yeah, depending on who the defence is. The Melbourne defence, yeah, absolutely.
Cats win the stoppage. Selwood drives it to the 50. No one can mark. Dangerfield in front of the pack, perfectly positioned. A mighty left foot kick is offline. It's a minor score. The margin is 28, and right now, 21 minutes gone second term, it is all Geelong. 7-5-47, Brisbane 3-1-19.
And what about Dangerfield's game? I reckon he's playing his best game of the season in a preliminary final. 15 disposals, 2 goals, 5 clearances.
Yeah, it looks like he could kick 4 or 5 tonight. 2 goals, 1 as Rich brings it in and finds Payne, who kicks to centre wing. Mark taken by Kolajasny, who is, McStay is completely being outpointed by the Geelong defence at the moment. Kolajasny inboard to Duncan. Pops a little one over the top to Isaac Smith, to Tui. Now the handball to Dangerfield. He's going to load up again from 70. He kicks it to about 15 out from goal. Coleman in from the side. Saves the night at least momentarily. Now he's called to play on here. And he'll kick it. McCarthy, not quite. The Cats player, well, Dangerfield doesn't. Well, that's going to be a tough decision on Dangerfield. He's pulled it in, Tim. And Devon Robertson will take the free for holding the football.
No protest from Dangerfield. Maybe he'll make his protest on behalf of the Players Association over the holding the ball thing. Robertson kicks to the wing, no one able to mark. Front and square, Bailey, hand pass, too quick for Berry, who's disappeared in the game. Geelong's footy, Zach Guthrie, Collar Jasny, Myers, sold a bit of candy, chipped a little pass, Hawkins lunges forward and took the mark 15 metres down the ground from where it was kicked and can go back, and he's on a roll now. The man on the mark's inside 45. He's as good as directly in front, and having taken a long time to get his first, having missed a couple before he did so, I reckon he might be ready to kick his second now. 23 gone, second term, and Geelong are getting dangerously close to cruise control. Hawkins from 49. No, he's pushed that right, out near the far behind post. And knocked through by McInerney for a behind. He probably could have marked it. Minor score 7-6-48 to 3-1-19. Geelong by 29 at the 23.5 minute mark on the Collins House clock.
Well, the Lions were, 28 adrift of the Demons late in the second last week before that goal right on half time. Geelong a much more formidable opponent than the Demons at this time of the year, though. Rich with the long kick in. Duncan did well not to arm chop. Archie dropped the mark. Blitzarves kicks it back from whence it came. Hawkins has got it again.
Yeah, so at a kick in, the ball comes back, it's straight in, and Andrews wasn't close enough to Hawkins because of the kick in, and so he just outbodied Jared Berry. I think, or Devon Robertson it was, Devon Robertson. So this one, he's just getting no penetration through his kicks, Hawkins.
He'd have the mental demons, wouldn't he? Because he just hasn't struck it well. He just, the ability to concentrate, focus it's on his routine, get good contact.
Maybe it's the nerves of who he's about to draw alongside. A straight kick here and he's into the top 20 of all time, as the drop punt is again out to the right, and he's missed again. 1 goal 3 now. The Tomahawk, he stays on 726 career majors. One adrift of a bloke called Peter Hudson and a bloke called Wayne Carey. 7-7-49 the Cats, 3-1-19 the Lions.
Well, perhaps it'll provide the Lions with the encouragement to believe they're not out of this yet. Geelong are wasting opportunities. Most of the waste perpetrated by Tom Hawkins. Gardner receives a short pass, kicks towards the wing, and a good mark taken by McInerney for Brisbane. Still behind the wing, down below the members. 30 points is Geelong's lead. And to use that old Merv Williams line that John Anderson likes to use on the Brecky show, the Lions just look like losing interest at the moment. Picked up by Tui here in a scrimmage between half-back and wing for the Cats. He's taken towards the line. Umpire calls for a ball up about 5 metres in from the boundary, as Brisbane have it within about 80 metres of goal.
McInerney goes to ground. Stanley takes it straight out of the ruck. Handballs to Buse. Kicks around the corner. Devon Robertson takes the mark. No protest there from Brian Myers, who flew against him. It looked as if he might have got a little piece of it. Robertson inboard to Gardner. Called to play on. Oh, it's an ordinary kick. It won't favour Robertson, although unkind bounce for Holmes allows Robertson in. Handballs to Lockie Neal, who's mown down immediately by Buse. The milestone man tonight, game 150, and we'll have a boundary throw in. 51 around from the Brisbane goal. 91 seconds remaining in the second term, and it is the Cats leading by 4-6.
Brisbane need 2 in that time, and that looks very unlikely. McInerney caresses it down to Berry, but he is the subject of immediate attention, pushed in the back, ridden forward by Holmes. So it's a free kick to Jared Berry with the man on the mark 49 metres out from goal, and he looked interested in giving it off to Bailey, who was disappointed when it didn't come. Berry knows he can't kick that distance, so he goes to Andrews in the corridor but further away from goal. And they're losing time, and Geelong have just about filled the 50 with all their human resources. Long ball by Andrews, but again, there's just nothing on the end of it for Brisbane. Hipwood is over the spilling ball. It's back out at the 50, ground level, all a Geelong swarm. They're not going to let this come out to Brisbane's advantage, and they managed to work it like a rugby team over the 50, and now there'll be a ball up about 45 from Brisbane's goal.
Even Jeremy Cameron back behind the ball. They're not going to cough one up here, the Cats.
Well, McInerney punches it forward about 30 metres. There's Jeremy Cameron. He fumbled. Zach Bailey's got it. Set upon by a couple of Cats. We'll have a throw up. We're down to 24 seconds remaining in the half. We're only about 35 out from the Brisbane goal.
Lions got one in the last seconds last week.
They did, as McInerney again toe pokes it forward, but straight to Stewart. Hammers it out of the defensive zone. It'll be coming straight back though. Rich takes the mark. He's 75 from home. He needs to move it quickly. Inboard to Harris Andrews. He might. Oh, they're going lateral out to Darcy Gardner. Think the Dominic Alafaci clock's going to beat them. Kicks into the pocket. No mark taken, and there's the siren. A 3-goal 5 to 1-goal 1 second term in favour of the Cats has them leading by 30 points at the main change of the first preliminary final. 7-7-49 Geelong, 3-1-19 Brisbane on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. The margin 14 points at quarter time has ballooned to 30 at the half, and it should be more with Tom Hawkins having kicked 1 goal 3, having butchered 2 or 3 very gettable opportunities. Goal kickers for the Cats. There's only one multiple goal kicker on the ground. Paddy Dangerfield kicked 2 majors in the opening term. Singles to Holmes, Stengel, Rowan, Hawkins and Myers. While for the Lions, Archie and McCarthy kicked their 2 goals in the opening term. Zach Bailey kicked their only 6-pointer in the second quarter. 7-7-49 Geelong, 3-1-19 Brisbane. We'll take a quick break and then expert halftime analysis from Lee Matthews and Matthew Lloyd. First preliminary final from the MCG for Maccas. 3AW is finals football.
For some people, mornings are the best part of the day. But for many others, it can be a real challenge. That's because to wake up well, you need to know how to sleep well. ResMed has been helping Aussies make every morning a good morning for over 30 years. So if you have trouble sleeping or you wake up feeling tired, why not take a free sleep assessment at resmed.com.au to find out more. ResMed, proud partner of the 2022 AFL Final Series on 3AW Football.
If you're planning to do something fun this weekend, then fuel the good times with Shell V-Power. Shell V-Power 98 is the premium unleaded fuel designed to clean away gunk and deliver unbeatable protection for your engine. Then you can focus on what's really important, enjoying yourself, spending time somewhere special with someone special, doing something special, getting back on the road either around the corner or a long drive. And while you're at Shell, don't forget to grab a coffee, a snack, or any of those essentials for home or that road trip. It's all there under one roof at your local Shell service station. Fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power, the everyday premium fuel. Details online. See shell.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
Hello, deal hunters. It's me, Julia Morris. When it comes to shopping, you ain't no fool, so don't pay full price. Discover, compare and buy Australia's best specials all in one place. Download the new Lasso app and save. That's LASOO.
Your car could be paying for your next big night out at the footy. And it's all thanks to Car Next Door, the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Be one of the first 300 people to list an eligible car using promo code EARNIT before September 25, and you'll earn at least $1,500 in your first 3 months. For T's and C's, visit carnextdoor.com.au/cars. There's never been a better time to start earning.
Since 1982, our passionate teams at First National Real Estate have worked 10,400 days and around 582 million hours across Australia with one common goal: to always put you first. And we'll be here in Melbourne to help you on your journey to your happy place. Be it a tree change, a sea change, upsize, downsize, or finding that investment gem. First National Real Estate. We put you first. firstnational.com.au.
Platform 28 is the perfect place to celebrate footy's big dance and to be able to watch every second no matter where you look. Catch all the action live and loud on the last Saturday in September. Enjoy a food and beverage package from 2 till 6 that includes footy classics such as meat pies and sausage rolls, plus live music post-game. Tickets are just $110 per person, but hurry, they're selling fast. Book now at platform28.com.au. 18 plus event only. Please drink responsibly.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
3AW Footy Highlights.
McCarthy did all the hard work, then dropped the mark. Recovered, but Bailey caught front on. Will take a free kick. Drop punch, pretty good connection. Long, straight and home. And the Lions get the first of the second quarter. Kicks towards full forward. Rowan takes the mark 15 metres out. He made the goal umpire work, but he's guided it home. Well done by Harris Andrews with the spoil, but Hawkins recovers best. Slipped over. Handball to Cameron. Handball to Myers. Little kick around the corner. And it's a goal. Couldn't pick it up cleanly, so socketed forward. Gardner into the back of Cameron. Umpire call play on. Myers with a handball to Holmes. Holmes with a handball to Hawkins. Hawkins with the banana goal. Yes, after Zach Bailey kicked the first goal of the second quarter, it was all one-way traffic in favour of the strong red-hot favourites tonight. Minor Premiers Geelong leading it now by 30 points at half-time after kicking 3-5 to 1-1 in that second term. They're 7-7-49 to the Lions, 3-1-19. Paddy Dangerfield with 2 goals. That's all on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. It is our half-time wrap thanks to Light and Easy. Brought to you by Light and Easy, the simplest way for guys to enjoy great tasting food and lose weight. Lee Matthews and Matthew Lloyd, our preliminary final experts, brought to you by Motorsport Australia. The Cats appear to have this well and truly in hand and under control.
Well, they've been able to turn the ball over, basically, so they've got a lot of more inside 50s. I mean, 14 scoring shots to 4 goes without saying, but a lot of I don't think their forward line has exactly blitzed them, their forward 50, Lloyd. It's more the fact that the ball is just rebounding from their back 50. A few turnovers that they're creating in the middle of the ground has given them the opportunity to kick goals. So I would have thought the part of the game that is absolutely getting slaughtered the Lions is then their forward third. Yeah,
no doubt, Lee, and I think that Chris Fagan, if you were down there's no doubt I'd be showing vision of the entries and just go, we're playing into Geelong's hands. Like, they've got players back behind the footy. They roll off better than any other side in the comp. They've been doing it for a long, long time. And Eric Hipwood, you should know better because you're the one that's dealing with some of those numbers sometimes. You've just blasted 2 balls. You've had 2 kicks for the day, and he's blasted them straight to loose numbers back behind the footy. So you look at it, Colin Jasny's taken 5 marks. Zach Tui's taken 5. Tom Stewart's taken 4. So all those guys who like to get back behind the footy, have hurt them badly. And you want to look at turnover scores. It's 33-0. So 5 goals, 33 from Brisbane turnovers. Brisbane have not scored 1 point from turnovers. It just shows how well and how well drilled Geelong are so far tonight. Yeah, and then I suppose in terms of Dangerfield, he started it off, 16 disposals, kicked 2 goals. Myers, he's playing a job on Daniel Rich. He's trying to hold him and stop that run and carry where he dominated last week. He's had 13, kicked the goal. They've had contributions for everyone. They don't rely on anybody, Geelong. Like Tom Atkins was dominant against Collingwood in the last quarter, 14 touches. He's actually going with Lachie Neale tonight, and Lachie Neale's had some good moments. But he's been kept to 8 touches so far in this first half.
He can keep Neale to 8, and McCluggage has had 8 as well. So basically, excuse me, their clearances are just a little bit in front, but I mean, the thing that has altered about the Geelong team this year, even compared to last year, is they got just more leg speed over their 20. I mean, that comes from Close, it comes from Holmes, just guys that are sort of new to the team that just add to what they've already got. Dangerfield obviously has always got that ability to break into space if he gets an opportunity to do it, which he's doing well. So, no, they're Blitzarves and Stanley doing okay in the ruck, so that's not an influence against them. But I think it's really the turnover that Brisbane have just given the ball back a few too many times, or Geelong's sort of speed has allowed them to close down Brisbane when they look like they might have been out, create the turnover, and that's what they've been getting their scores from.
We're about to check in with Eddie Summerfield, who's been part of the 3AW football broadcast team throughout this year and also from the 3AW newsroom. He's on the Melbourne to Sydney train tonight. I think it's just pulled into Seymour. He's a Collingwood supporter, so we'll check in with him as the Magpie Army heads north for tomorrow's second preliminary final. But Lloydie, furnish us with some more key stats thanks to First National Real Estate, and who would be an early nomination, both Lloydie and Lee, for Honda's most reliable and durable player of the night?
Gee, Tom Stewart's reliable back there. Trying to get past him. He's had 9 kicks, 1 handball, 4 marks, just so safe. But Dangerfield, Geelong just keep moving the ball forward. They've had 700 metres gained more so already in the first half. And you saw Brisbane, there was only seconds on the clock and they're having to go lateral. They're unsure of themselves, whereas Geelong are just taking the ball forward. And I think their handball receive and link up has been sensational.
Well, at the moment, because whenever there's a sort of long, high ball into the forward line, the Geelong defence either spoils it easily or marks it, which is even worse from Brisbane's point of view. So you do lose very quickly within games, lose confidence in your key forwards if they keep getting beaten, and you try to find out. Therefore, we'll try to sneak our way in, go sideways, go short. It was interesting, Jared Barrett, he was going to have a shot from 51 metres. I mean, that's kicking distance. And he's put the ball back into Harris Andrews, who's near the centre circle. I kind of think to myself, unless that guy can play on and break the 50-metre mark, you got to have the shot.
Given the influence and control that Tom Stewart has had over a number of years now, and you identified early that Brisbane was sending 1 extra to the contest, which allowed Geelong to have 1 behind the ball, which, lo and behold, surprise, surprise, was Tom Stewart. Why on earth, given the quarterback role that he plays better than anyone else in the competition, would you allow that as the Brisbane coaching department?
Oh, well, I don't know, Beaver, to be honest. And he's one that I don't know why they don't sit. Like, say if Ryan Clark maybe on grand final day, for example, he might say, that's who I'm going straight to. I'm going straight to Tom Stewart. It'd be fascinating.
The way they do that, because they got agile ruckmen, so you got Stanley's and you got Blitzarve, who's a midfielder, but he can ruck. So Blitzarve goes and does the ruck work. So effectively, Stanley becomes another defender, but he's the one who'll probably play a bit of defence, and Stewart will float off and create. I mean, having the Blitzarve weapon to be able to do that is a unique thing that Geelong have got that really no other side have got, no other team's got.
It is our halftime wrap thanks to Light and Easy. I'm not sure whether they're serving Light and Easy in the buffet car on the Melbourne to Sydney. I'm not sure whether it's called, is it still the Southern Aurora or the Daylight?
Southern Aurora.
Southern Aurora. Anyway, let's check in with Eddie Summerfield, passionate Magpie, also part of the 3AW newsroom and 3AW footy throughout the year. We think he's somewhere near Seymour. Eddie, good evening to you. Give us your whereabouts and how's the train trip been so far?
Good evening, Beaver, Lethal and Lloydie. We've just pulled out of Seymour. It's a bit comfier than I thought. I tell you what, I went down to Southern Cross Station this morning just for work-related purposes and had a ticket to the footy. I need to secure a ride up there. So I ducked into the office after being told 2 days ago that they've sold out the train tickets from Melbourne to Sydney tonight. Somehow got on the train tonight, Beaver. I think I was in the last seat possible. And we are now on our way. It's half Sydney, half Collingwood supporters, believe it or not, on this train. And it's been a bit of toing and throwing. The reception's been pretty dodgy, so it was good to listen in on the halftime analysis centres. Haven't been able to see a kick of the footy at the G, so it keeps breaking out. The banter on the train, guys, not too bad, but I'll tell you what, it's only early days. We've got another 8 hours to go.
Okay, so it's an 8-hour trip, Eddie, and sort of how much does a train trip cost?
Lloydie, we're 2 hours in, so we departed Melbourne just on the first bounce tonight, 7:50. It's a $100 economy fare. If you want to upgrade it to first class, which didn't look that much splasher than the economy where I am at the moment, Lloydie, that's $150. But then if you want to go all out in a sleeper, that is $150, and that is just one way. So double that for the return leg on Sunday. Should pull into the Harbour City tomorrow morning at about 5 minutes to 7 o'clock, and it should be great. It was quite funny. This morning when I was down at Southern Cross Station, I was having a chat with a few punters going up, and I asked this Sydney Swans fan, she's an old South Melbourne fan from way back, and I said, how are you going to cope with all of the Collingwood riffraff and the banter that you're going to have for 12 hours on the train? And she just turns to me and goes, darling, I'm in first class. There'll be none of that up there. And she's right. There is just riffraff down here in economy.
Is there still a buffet car, a.k.a. a bar?
It's the buffet that has got spaghetti bolognese, but you guys know I'm a professional, so I'm hanging out. The bar is in the carriage behind me. I will be walking down there when we get off the phone and just exploring what's on the menu, and we'll see how we go.
Good to hear. Eddie, enjoy the trip and good luck tomorrow. Eddie Summerfield there on the train from Melbourne to Sydney. The last time I caught the Melbourne to Sydney train was round 4 1990. St Kilda happened to be playing in Sydney that weekend. It was also Sydney Cup weekend. The buffet car, I reckon, was full about 90 seconds after we left Southern Cross. It was a very, very big trip. Anyway, I digress. 7-7-49 the Cats, 3-1-19 the Lions. That is the halftime score on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. We need to take a break from the MCG, take some news headlines and say a very good evening to Gail Watson.
Good evening. North Melbourne champion Dr. Alan Aylett passed away peacefully this morning. He played for the Kangaroos through the 1950s and 60s and was named the 4th greatest player in the club's history. He was elected as president of the VFL in 1977 and held that role until 1984. Alan Aylett was 88. Members of the Australian Defence Force have taken part in rehearsals for the Queen's funeral in London. The Reserve Bank has revealed there are $102 billion worth of banknotes in circulation in Australia. Constant rain has forced Bass Coast Council to ban camping at the Phillip Island MotoGP. The council says the camping area is far too soggy. In sport, Ben Rutten has landed a new job a few weeks after being sacked as Essendon coach. The 39-year-old returns to Richmond, where he was an assistant coach from 2015 to 18. And North Melbourne defeated Geelong by 8 points on a slippery and wet Friday night in Launceston. The Kangaroos winning their AFLW game 28-16. More news after the football.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. To kick things off, you can get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au now.
Hang on to your hats. The USA Mega Lotto has jackpotted to a massive $379 million. That's a life-changing amount of money, and you can be part of it with the Lottery Office. They're your ticket to the world's largest official lotteries. All you have to do is download the free app or head online to thelotteryoffice.com.au to participate right now. The $379 million USA Mega Lotto draw closes tomorrow at 10 a.m, so hurry. Don't forget the Lottery Office is 100% Australian owned, operated and government regulated with a local customer support team on the Gold Coast. Play the world's biggest lotteries online at lotteryoffice.com.au. 18 years and over. Don't forget to gamble responsibly.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
Your car could be paying for your next big night out at the footy. And it's all thanks to Car Next Door. the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Be one of the first 300 people to list an eligible car using promo code EARNIT before September 25, and you'll earn at least $1,500 in your first 3 months. For T's and C's, visit carnextdoor.com.au/cars. There's never been a better time to start earning.
For some people, mornings are the best part of the day. But for many others, it can be a real challenge. That's because to wake up well, you need to know how to sleep well. ResMed has been helping Aussies make every morning a good morning for over 30 years. So if you have trouble sleeping or you wake up feeling tired, why not take a free sleep assessment at resmed.com.au to find out more. ResMed, proud partner of the 2022 AFL Final Series on 3AW Football.
G'day, it's Mark Taylor. Want to kick some healthy living goals? Well, why not join the tens of thousands of Aussie blokes who are already using Light and Easy to help them stay healthy, enjoy more free time, and even lose a few kilos. It's convenient, tasty, and really healthy. I love it. No shakes, no classes, just your choice of over 235 delicious meals delivered to your door. Check out Light and Easy's huge range of meals at lightandeasy.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
We are about to go in the second half of this preliminary final. Geelong with a 30-point lead over Brisbane, and the Lions with a heck of a task in front of them. Geelong absolutely steady through the first hour of this match, and the same can't be said for Brisbane. McInerney and Reece Stanley to contest at the first bounce. Umpire Rosebery with ball in hand. The clocks are rolling, and the bounce is good enough for play to get underway. McInerney bangs it forward. Rayner bursting in. Terrific stuff. He swung, wheeled around, got it onto his left and kicks to a leading Danaher, who takes a mark 45 out directly in front, kicking to the punt road goal. And that couldn't have been better. And well done, Cameron Rayner, whose second quarter probably wasn't as good as his first, but has been close to Brisbane's best player, I'd have thought, in the match so far. A team-lifting start here, and now they need Danaher to finish the job. From just outside 50, he hooks it, and he doesn't score. He's put it out of bounds on the full. What an anticlimax. Free kick to the Cats in the last line of defence.
And it'll be taken by Collar Jasny, who was subbed out of that qualifying final against Collingwood with a knee issue. Certainly looking 100% fit tonight. Long kick down the line at Dangerfield. Rises high, and that's a mark of the night thanks to Foodworks. Bounces to his feet. Horrible looking kick towards centre wing. Clean bowls a couple. Hawkins gathers it on the bounce. Big turning circle. Lovely kick around the corner. Doesn't really sit for Smith, but then he paddled it to close. He got the little handball to Stengel. He's going to snap from a long way out. This would be magnificent. That is the goal of the night, and maybe the goal of the finals. All thanks to Sheen paddle service. Stengel from a mile out. He got so much purchase on that high snap around the corner from right on the boundary line. And the Cats move to 8-7-55. Brisbane 3-1-19.
Win the first centre bounce of the second half. Rayner gets it forward. Danaher then kicks the ball out of bounds on the full. All of a sudden, 6 points gone. And then straight down the other end, Stengel kicks one, a beautiful curling goal from the forward pocket. Major turning point, isn't it, really? I mean, Geelong had the big margin, but they instead of being 4 goals, it's now 6 goals, and it's a big, long way back for the Lions.
Yeah, watching the Bunnings replay, you just see it's demoralising for those players. Watching Danaher kick it on the full, and then Stengel go down the other end and score.
McInerney down to the feet of Neal this time. He just couldn't collect it cleanly, though. And the ball's back in dispute. Tui over it for the Cats. He was on his knees. He picked himself up. Shot a hand pass forward to Rowan. Long ball into full forward. Hawkins in front. Andrews did enough and did it legally. Takes it out to the boundary and then fumbles it over the line. Now, I reckon he did such a good job, if it was deliberate, that he actually had me fooled.
Yeah.
I felt it was a genuine fumble. There'll be a throw in 20 metres around from the right behind post. But then I'm a sucker.
Well, the Geelong fans have just seen the Bunnings replay on the big scoreboard. The boos ring out again. Starcevic grabs the loose footy. Handballs to Andrews, who wobbles a left foot kick outside defensive 50. Rayner's crashed into McStay and hurt himself. Holmes picked up the loose footy. He had a flying shot at goal. Now, Rayner is in a lot of trouble here.
An ankle or lower leg is his sore spot. And he's on the ground. He can't get up.
We'll get down to Jackie Reid shortly. Geelong now our favourite score, 8-8-56.
Brother.
Brisbane 3-1-19. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. And in fact, they're going to stop play here because the kick-in was going to come basically to on top of where the stricken Cam Rayner is laying on the turf. Jackie Reid, down to you.
Yeah, the doctor and the physio have run out to see him at the minute. You're right, there's 2 physios there now, so yeah, he hasn't been able to get up off the ground. He's grabbing at that right ankle or right lower leg area there, so just having a look at the replay, straight away he was grabbing at it. So
stepped on the other player's foot. I think it was Dan McStay's foot, but you step on his foot and all of a sudden the ankle goes over.
Yeah, hopefully a really bad roll of the ankle. He looks in a lot of pain and may not be able to take much further part in this. But with all he's been through, and Tim just touched on how well he's playing, let's hope it doesn't affect his pre-season or early part of next year. And it's nothing too serious.
That Bunnings replay. Bunnings Warehouse, make your lawn best on ground this September. And it is ugly viewing for anyone affiliated with the Lions. He can put no weight on that right foot as a trainer or a medico either side of him. He is going to take a long time to get to the bench, which is still another 25 metres away. 8-8-56 to 3-1-19. Tyre Power scoreboard, and we're 5 minutes into the third term.
Reece Matheson, Reece Matheson doing his warm-ups, and you look at the scoreboard, you just wonder, if Geelong kicked the next couple of goals, whether you'd bother risking him, if it meant he could affect his pre-season.
It couldn't be much worse than it is right now, and they've come in short. The umpire's called play on. They're in trouble. McCluggage kicked under pressure, got it to Andrews, who juggled the mark just to prove to those doubting Thomases that it was really a fumble a moment ago. Completes the mark, got out a hand pass to McCluggage, who kicks around the half-back flank, and there'll be a free kick or a mark to Hipwood here for the Lions. But they missed a shot in the first 30 seconds that could have been kicked, then conceded a goal 30 seconds later at the other end, and then Rayner, the man who'd started the play for them at the beginning of the half, has hurt himself and is probably out of the game. Long ball to Danaher, takes his second mark of the quarter, runs in board, drives long, and there's a relayed free kick. So Brisbane will be lining up from within about 35 metres of goal. It's going to be Charlie Cameron directly in front, and surely he will kick this.
So Jed View's not happy. Let's look at the Bunnings replay there. Yeah, grab of the jumper. So good decision from the umpire.
And Cameron's stats, Lloydie.
2 handballs, so this will be his first kick, Tim.
The cold right foot. He comes in and he kicks the goal. So if there is to be a comeback, this is where it starts. Still Geelong lead by 31, 8-8-56.
Brother.
To 4-1-25, and that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
At least a good sign for the Lions. Obviously, Danaher took the mark and kicked the ball out of bounds after half time, but that was a good, strong overhead mark. So that's been the part of the game where they just have been, the Geelong defence have just been marking those all night. So that's just a little bit of an upper for the Lions, that one of their big forwards has taken a good grab.
See, Rayner's having his ankle strapped. Jackie, do you think it's a sign that they might try and put him back out there?
That's always a good sign, isn't it, when they attempt to do that. Reece Matheson's just jumping on the bike now. He's keeping warm just in case, but they're just definitely having a very good look at it at the minute.
7 minutes into the third quarter. We've actually only taken a bit over 3 minutes of playing time off the Collins House online clock. McInerney spikes it forward. Zorko bounces off Buse, and then handballs to McCluggage. Little low left foot pass intercepted by Stewart. Who else? Stewart kicks quickly out towards centre wing. The target there, Myers. Rich could have been over the shoulder. Rich punched into the path of Holmes anyway, who handballed wildly towards centre wing. Shoulder to shoulder, Cam Guthrie and Neal. Courage from both players. Picked up by Archie. High ball to left half forward at ground level. Zach Guthrie, big tackle by McCarthy. And the Lions, well, they've just lifted a little bit and they get a stoppage just inside their forward 50-metre arc, about 10 metres in from the boundary.
And Neal working his way into the game. He's just outstanding at getting that ball from inside the pack to the runner outside.
Left half forward for the Lions. Stanley a hand on the ball here. Got it to Cam Guthrie. A little trickler for Myers. Back to Guthrie by hand. He trickles it out towards the wing. Starcevic, the Brisbane, the first man there, but his momentum takes him and the ball over the boundary line for a throw-in. We've had 8 minutes by the clock, but a bit of that consumed by injury time and another delay or two. 8-8 to 4-1, 31-point lead to Brisbane. McInerney, front position against Stanley. Ball dropped short, stolen by Blitzarves, and here go the Cats. Hand pass to Myers, running forward down the members' side. He's about 85 out. He kicks towards Hawkins' lead. That was perfection. And Hawkins marks it in front of his chest. The man on the mark, 40 out, the angle a bit tighter than 45 degrees.
Jumped into the chest mark. He was right at his tail, Harris Andrews. He would have spoiled it, but he just jumped, took the chest mark. Well, he's hard to be pumped, even an experienced player like Tom Hawkins, because just at the moment he hasn't had the rhythm with his kicking.
And you want to demoralise Brisbane here, so he's keeping him in it. If he keeps missing these shots, he should kick.
Cats by 31. Hawkins comes in, and that is about as good as the pass that put the ball onto his chest. And the Cats extend it to 37 once again. 9-8-62 to 4-1-25. 9.5 minutes into the third term.
And very Lottie, like he's a full forward leading at the kicker, but he's got such a broad shoulders, Hawkins. If he can jump and take the chest mark, he's got so much body that the opposition player can't get around. So not too many forwards have got that ability to take that kind of big high chest mark on the lead.
And they kick it so well to him. He times his leads, but often they kick it so low that he just dives at it and they can't get past him. But just again, using Brian Myers. So they're playing through Daniel Rich at times. So Brian Myers has got the job and they're feeding. So Brian Myers had 15 possessions so far. 11 handballs. Rich has had 13, but a lot of them kick-ins. Myers 15, doing a good job.
727th career major for Tom Hawkins, now equal 19th all-time with Peter Hudson and Wayne Carey. From the restart, Bailey tries to grab it, almost handed it to Neal, who gave it back to Bailey. Bailey's handball then was intercepted by Blitzarves, who handballed to Rowan, who from 55 kicks to the forward pocket, and Gardner with courage gets back and takes the mark, and Hawkins, who clattered into the back of him, just pulled up a little proppy. So Darcy Gardner, right back pocket for the Lions. Always a bit of a scruffy countenance, but what a player he is. He kicks around the line. The mark is going to be paid to McCarthy. He didn't appear to have it wrong. Then kicks it inboard straight to the Geelong captain, Selwood, as if he was his teammate, which he used to be.
Selwood low into the 50. Stengel went at it, just tried to use his foot as the ball was pitching in front of him. But the Lions win it. Starcevic chips a little pass and McCarthy's got it again. And I think he'd be determined to use it a little more effectively than he did a moment ago. And he kicks straight to the opposition captain. He plays on here and is forced to use his left foot and kicks straight to the opposition again. And Tui takes the mark. 4 to the centre line. He kicks long to within 20 of goal, and Hawkins got it onto his chest, couldn't hang on. Picked up by young Wilmot for the Cats. Had to give it off to Rich, who was in as much trouble as Wilmot had been. Pack forms over Rich, and there will be a ball up 30 out at about a 45-degree angle to the sticks. Geelong 62, Brisbane 25, approaching the 12-minute mark of the third term.
Rich is very slow to get up. Wouldn't mind seeing a Bunnings replay of that from the restart. We'll do it all again. Umpire Gavine throws it up quickly. McInerney gets rid of Hawkins quickly, smashes it back to defensive 50, but only as far as Bewes. Handballs to Selwood. His handball was a little sloppy, affected by the tackle. In fact, it's a sloppy passage of play, full stop, and now we'll have another stoppage, about 60 out. from the Geelong goal. 62 plays 25. In fact, it's 17 scores to 5 in favour of Geelong. Complete domination as Cameron almost with the clearance. His right foot kick was battered down. Cam Guthrie's got it now. Lowers the eyes and picks out Isaac Smith. Barely the required distance. But the former, well, he'll always be a multiple premiership hawk. He's trying to add another one with the Cats. Will line up to the City end. I reckon almost the same spot where he famously missed a long set shot to win a qualifying final for his former club.
Just 2 kicks tonight so far, Beaver, for Isaac Smith.
He's on the runway to the City end from 49 metres. Left foot drop punt is out to the right and a minor score. The Cats are going at 50%. 9-9-63. Brisbane 4-1-25 tyre power scoreboard.
Rich brings it in quickly. Bailey marks it out of the back pocket over towards the southern side of the MCG. He's forced to kick short and Archie receives just inside defensive 50 and he kicks along the paint, slightly inboard to Gardner. Gives it back to Archie by hand and now he swings it across the corridor and finds Berry, who has a good call and delivers well to Hipwood, just forward of the members' wing, creeping a little further forward, play on call now, Eric. And he kicks out on the full.
So again,
Tom Stewart was just in the spot.
But he would have seen that, and yet that's the third time he's seen Tom Stewart and still kicked there.
So the ball finishes up with Stewart anyway, takes the free just inside defensive 50.
We'll get down to Jack in a tick as Stewart waits the pass to Cam Guthrie. Rayner is certainly in motion and looks like he's going to come back on. Guthrie looks inboard. It is the Cameron variety. Nothing on there, so a long kick down the line. Rowan the target. Third in line was Henry. Bit of aerial ping pong. Rowan tries to storm through, went without. Coleman handball to Andrews. The old 1-2 back to Coleman. Little left foot kick. Cam Guthrie got a hand in. Close to the boundary line. Bewes, does he keep it in? He does. Back to Cam Guthrie. To Henry. Off a step. Kicks down the line. In from the side. Dangerfield takes the mark. Hits the ground running. And then his kick is brilliantly smothered by Jack Payne, and the ball's out of bounds, 60 around from the Geelong goal. Here's Jackie Reid.
Yeah, promising news for Cam Rayner. He's done a fitness test. He's had that ankle strapped up, and while he looks a little proppy, it looks like he's prepared to get back out there.
Well, it's brave, and it's a good recovery because he looked in awful trouble. McStay and ruck now, stolen by Selwood. Hand pass to Close, hand pass to Rowan. Couple of steps, goes for goal, and he squeezed it home for his second of the night. He was under pressure as he kicked, but it just held its line. Oh, Geelong are romping away with this preliminary final. It's 19 scoring shots to 5. The Cats 10-9-69. Brisbane 4-1-25 halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah, that elastic band's just about broken now. Once you get over 40 points this stage of the game, halfway through the third quarter, it's a long, long way back for the opposition. Not only that, they're dominating the game. I mean, they 19 scoring shots to 5, that's a fair indication of the game itself, and it's only the fact that Geelong haven't taken their chances that there is, 44 points, but they're just doing everything right. And this is where, once you've started well, you've had the week off, haven't played much in the last month, but you've started well, now you should have the legs to really be going well.
There they are running on top of the ground.
Yeah, and you also got Brisbane who, you know, they're a broken side just about. They're a goal or two away from capitulating potentially. So, yeah, they could put on nearly 20 goals here, Geelong.
Stanley with the tap. McStay now in the ruck with the crumb. Got it to McCluggage. Tried to get it to Zorko. Pushed off his kick. Holmes was then pushed off his kick. McStay, neat little pass there to McCarthy. The ex-Cat runs to 50. Centering ball. Danaher the target. De Koning all over him. Was that a free for a hold? Zach Guthrie with the crumb. Shins a kick outside defensive 50. On the bounce. Gathered there by Myers. Handball was a bit fierce for Atkins, but recovered. Got it to Tui. Almost run down by Charlie Cameron, but got a handball back to Atkins. Playing with supreme confidence here, the Cats. Handball to Close. Handball to Holmes. Magnificent team football. Short pass to Smith. This is absolutely champagne stuff, and he delivers it onto the chest of Patrick Dangerfield, who has marked 40 metres out on a slight angle, and will go back and try and put this one completely to bed.
And Jackie, have we got a sub down there?
Yeah, we certainly do. Cam Rayner's come back off the ground, so Reece Matheson has come into the game.
Yeah, no point now. This game is done.
It's hobbling anyway. It looks like he's got no choice, I don't think, Lloydie. He's off.
Patrick Dangerfield for his third goal, and I don't know if he's ever kicked 3 in a final before as I look over my shoulder at our head of football, Craig Moore. Drop punters on the way, don't bother Morey because he's pushed it across the face. And a minor score, 2 goals, 2 now to Danger. And it's 10-10-70 the Cats, 4-1-25 the Lions on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Coleman plays on, kicks long, almost kicked it out of bounds. It's taken out of bounds by Answorth. As Geelong might have a problem just at the moment, Jackie.
Yeah, Max Holmes has just limped off the ground at the minute, so the physios have just run over to him and taken him off the ground. It's a leg injury. I'll get back to you on exactly what it looks like.
Oh, he'd be a worried young man, you would think, with the grand final staring Geelong between the eyes. From the throw-in, a free kick here to McStay.
Yeah, and it had that look of it not being able to...
And he's crying, the kid's in tears, banging his head on the grass.
He knows that he is going to be missing the grand final, or he's almost sure of it. Free kick here, a short pass to Starcevic, who marks it, gives it off to Will Mott, stabbing ball into the corridor, just had the weight to Rich Gardner, who gave it to Starcevic. Dangerfield got hold of him, but Starcevic shook him off and kicks long, finds Hipwood, 70 metres out. He's kicked it and cleared the man on the mark. Ricochet to McStay, hand pass to Bailey, scoring chance, goes for goal and misses. They're second behind only of the night. It's 20 shots to 6, 10-10-70 to 4-2-26. 19 minutes gone, third term.
Stewart to bring the ball back into play, runs his full measure. And then a high drop punt in the Isaac Smith direction, just gave a little shove to his opposite number 7 in Berry, took the mark and kept running. Gallops away and handballs to Close, who's got 30 metres of clear turf. Takes a bounce, pops a little one over the top, and Dangerfield takes another mark and then off a step. Does he kick it out of bounds on the full? He does. He was looking for Stengel, who was in an acre of space as well. And he has to ruefully throw the ball back to Dane Zorko, who comes inboard with a very dangerous kick. And Selwood takes the mark at centre-half forward.
I guess the kind of risk they almost have to start taking to have any hope. They're 44 points down, almost 20 minutes in, third term. Selwood goes back to full measure, just waited for the opening to appear. It duly did, and he delivers to Myers, who marks with ridiculous ease, 40 out directly in front.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the hole. It's got to be a nice, precise little weighted kick, but Selwood is good at those, and it was just a matter of waiting for the hole to open in the zone and for Geelong player to go into it.
Poor Max Holmes, who must be devastated down on the boundary for the Cats right now. Myers comes in from about 47. He winds up, kicks long, kicks a goal, and it's out to 50. Second goal to Myers. It's 11-10-76 to 4-2-26. I think we can declare our first grand finalist of 2022. The Cats are going to be there. Jackie Reid, what is the dire news for Max Holmes?
Yeah, it's not good news for Max. You're right, Lordo. He was definitely upset. He's down in the rooms at the minute. He was banging his head on the ground, face down. So they've just lodged the paperwork now. So we've got Mark O'Connor into the game. Officially, Max Holmes out with a hamstring.
Yeah, and you start to look at the possibilities for next week. And while Mark O'Connor is in, I think Menegola and Parfitt are more pure players in terms of what they can do in offence.
Well, it's a wing. He's been playing wing Holmes, hasn't he? I mean, Menegola was actually the player he's replaced in a way into their main 22.
So back in the centre, Reece Matheson out there as well, the Medi sub for the Lions, with Cam Rayner's night and season having gone. Now Zach Bailey will be penalised for holding the football. Joel Selwood with the free kick, and 50-metre penalty for dissent, and it is unravelling at a rate of knots for the Brisbane Lions, as Joel Selwood will be brought to within about 25 to 30 metres of goal to line up for the Cats' 12th. It'll be their 5th of this third quarter, and to push this margin out to 56 points. Still got more than 7 minutes of playing time remaining in the third quarter, and the Geelong captain tonight equaling the legend Michael Tuck for the record number of finals played. Final number 39, and a grand final is going to be final number 40, as he pokes it straight through the middle, and the skipper is mobbed by his teammates, and the Cats move to 12-10-82. Brisbane 4-2-26. Tyre Power scoreboard at the 22.5 minute mark of the third quarter. For Motorsport Australia and Maccas, here's Lloydie and Lee.
He set up the last couple of goals, Joel Selwood, but I just wonder whether he'd be a bit of the prototype for what going forward. I mean, Geelong, I don't know whether they planned it even before the season started, Lloydie, but okay, we're going to have a bye. Everyone has a bye, but there's going to be 2 or 3 games he's not going to play as well. And I wonder if that'll happen more often in the future. In other words, we've decided that players are better off playing like 80 or 90% of the game and rotating interchange. So maybe not playing 22 games, playing 18 or 19 will be maybe what some will be better off in the future.
And it's great for a side like Geelong at the top end, where they're safe for winning finals, top 2, and it could extend Selwood's career even longer.
34 years of age, still got the fire in his eye and the steel in his soul that he had in his first year with the Cats. And he's got another grand final in front of him next week. As from the ball up back in the middle, there's a skirmish and another ball up.
Lachie Neale frustrated, Tim. That's only his first disposal of the quarter, just 10 for the match, Neale.
He got it to Ainsworth. He was smothered, picked up by Matheson, gave to Bailey, delayed the hand pass. In the end, coughed it up to Blitzarves for Geelong. He gives to Zach Guthrie, who drives it forward and high. Dangerfield in front. Starcevic made the spoil from the back. Dangerfield fights on and he falls over. Let's hope there are no more injuries. Picked up by Zach Guthrie. Weaves around one. Drives it in the Rowan direction. Payne did well. Hasn't disgraced himself by any stretch and comes away with the footy here, the big man from Noosa. He kicks out towards the wing, but in the way is Kolajasny. Tackled. Tui there riding shotgun. Gives to Myers. Outside 50. Got around one. Door open. Delivers to Hawkins. 35 out on an angle, but perfect for him to kick it off the instep if he so chooses. Or enough daylight to use the drop punt and try and sharpen his accuracy for bigger things that lie ahead in 8 days' time. Geelong lead by 56 points. It has become a dismemberment. Hawkins with 2 for the night to go past the great Peter Hudson and Wayne Carey, and he's done that. The 728th time he stuck the ball between the big sticks. Geelong 13-10-88 lead Brisbane 4-2-26. 25 minutes gone, third term.
And what wonderful footy Geelong are playing. What's that? 33 scoring shots? No, 23 scoring shots to 6. They're just such a miserly group. Defence, their pressure's still red hot, and then their ability to make scoring look easy. Yeah, they've missed some set shots, but the way they can generate scoring shots from inside 50s, like they've had 44 inside 50s, 23 scoring shots, pretty good, over 50%.
And Hawkins has got his 3 goals, but Cameron, you haven't cited much, so it's not as if their big forwards have been dominating, but up the rest of the players, their small forwards are in great touch. And their midfield is just overwhelming the Lions.
In fact, Lee, Tom Hawkins has just gone past Jeremy Cameron on the goal kicking this year. He's up to 63 majors. Cameron goalless tonight, still on 62. Atkins with the clearance for the Cats. It's an avalanche now. 6 goals to 1 in this third quarter. He goes short to Myers, who's been setting up goals galore. Bounces a pass to Close. Handballs to Blitzarves. To Hawkins, he centres the ball. It's a horrible looking thing. Straight to Lachie Neale, who delivers towards Cameron. Was that a chop of the arms? Umpire said no. Charlie Cameron goes again. Gets a handball to Zach Bailey. From centre wing, he kicks to centre half forward, and Danaher marks in front of De Koning. Man on the mark stands at 54. Players lead left, right and centre. Danaher lowers the eyes, goes very short, and Devon Robertson takes the mark at about 42 metres directly in front.
Oh, it's hard to know what to say about this. It's just a rare shot, a rare moment. But look at where they're shooting from. There's been so many shots. They've kicked a few good ones, but they're always having to shoot from outside 50 or on 50 because they get nothing within 30.
Devon Robertson from 49 metres. It's off the side of the boot. It won't make the distance. Gee, the mark was almost taken by McInerney. Stewart at the back assesses his options and then goes the spiral and gets onto it and kicks for touch brilliantly, and he's going to get pinged after a 65-metre torpedo punt, and he gets pinged for insufficient intent.
Been watching too much Bledisloe Cup.
Oh, don't talk about that last night.
Swings it to the forward pocket for the Lions. Stewart there with the spoil against Hipwood. Spilling ball paddled Geelong's way by Cam Guthrie. What a player he is. His young brother helps him out. Shot him a hand pass. Cam gives it to Close, getting better as the night wears on. To Duncan, back to Guthrie Senior, back to Close, now to Guthrie Junior. He gives to Rowan, running forward, delivering the pass for Hawkins on the half volley. Gonna have to wheel the big arc. He's got Stengel getting loose, gives it to him, bends it off the outside of his boot. Goal of the night, goal of the season by the Cats. They are romping to a grand final appearance next week. Stengel, one of the stories of the year, gets his third, and Geelong at 14-10-94 leading Brisbane 4-2-26 at the 28-minute mark of the third term. The only bad news for the Cats is that a distressed Max Holmes has injured a hamstring, and down in the Geelong dugout he must surely know that his grand final dream has eluded him in 2022.
And you mentioned that Stengel has just been outstanding, because you now got Close and Myers and Stengel, so they're really good, lively smalls, but hasn't he got fantastic kicking control? Kick out the outside of the foot, he can get around the corner. I mean, he was under enough pressure then, but he was able to just kick it off the outside of the foot as the tackle was approaching, kept it on line, kicked the goal. Great skill.
And what a pick-up from Hawkins for someone that size below his knees, and Zach Guthrie, one of the most improved players in the competition.
Lions get warned for a 666 infringement, so it's a throw up. Matheson in the middle for the Lions with the clearance. Well, it's a little handball to Devon Robertson, who kicks a deliberate banana kick to centre half forward. Two Cats spoil each other, but they'll still recover. Jasny with a handball to Blitzarves. Blitzarves with a handball to Cam Guthrie. Back to Blitzarves, who couldn't control it, then went to ground under the pressure of Charlie Cameron. O'Connor's given away a free kick for too high, which goes to Devon Robertson. It's a free handball because Lockie Neal receives and then pops it over the top to Zorko, to Ainsworth by hand, a centering ball, and Berry at the back takes the sliding chest mark and will line up for 6 or 7 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Setting up for a snap, but I've been thinking about Josh Dunkley and Will Ashcroft and bolstering the midfield for Brisbane next year. They've been taught a bit of a lesson as the game's worn on for midfield. So
Jared Berry steps out, and what is bread and butter these days for league footballers, he pops it through with the snap over the left shoulder. The 5th goal for the Brisbane Lions, just their 7th score of the night. They move to 5-2-32, while Geelong 14-10-94 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, as we see Chris Scott. Well, it's not the grand final, but he's left the coach's box and he's striding around the boundary line to come down to the dugout line.
I don't know where he's come from, because the coach's box, he goes straight down underneath and out through the interchange dugout, so I'm not quite sure. Anyway, he's down on the dugout as we approach three-quarter time, a couple of minutes to go.
Wonder if you've been potentially down into the rooms to see
Max Holmes,
the distressed Max Holmes.
Given the circumstances of the lead, and that may well have been the case.
62 points, the margin still after that Brisbane goal. Geelong annihilating the Lions and treating them as a pretender to this year's title. Geelong anything but that. At the ball up, ball comes well clear of the pack. Isaac Smith first there, tackled, had to hand pass in front of Jasny, who paddles it forward, but Ainsworth was able to get it off him. Give to Coleman, hand pass to McInerney. A high kick up towards half forward, no one able to mark it. The spill is fumbled by Robertson for Brisbane. Lets the Cats back into the contest. Taken by Berry, though, for Brisbane. Got it to Matheson, the sub. Swings a kick into the 50. McStay led too hard at it. Cleared his fingertips. Collected by Zach Guthrie. He's become a good player this year. He'd been showing good signs for quite a while. Kicks to Duncan. He chips it. And the Cats in total control. Henry receives and kicks to Blitzarves between halfback and the members' wing.
Blitzarves waits the pass and finds Cam Guthrie, who marks and immediately handballs to Duncan. He keeps running, runs his full measure, kicks in the Hawkins direction. He gets rid of Andrews and then drops the chest mark. Close there, handballs back to Hawkins, to Cameron, who hasn't got on the score sheet yet. His snap was always narrow, and a minor score. 2 behinds tonight for Jeremy Cameron, who's watched the Tomahawk go motoring past him on the goals as Coleman with the quick kick in. It's 95-32. They might be about to cough up another one. No, Coleman, he steadies himself, Tim, and then goes lateral and picks out, is it Answorth or Starcevic? I think it's the former.
Kick around the halfback flank for McStay, who takes a mark. But a long, long way from home, and not long left in this quarter, which is 32 and a half minutes old. Brisbane lost Cam Rayner to an ankle injury, and that one took a bit of time to sort out. Geelong have won the ball back here, although a rare mistake as Henry shot it too close and he fumbled. Brisbane have got it through Bailey. He fumbled for a moment. That's fatal against these blue and white hooped Cats. Tui has it. He gives to Atkins. Now to Smith on his non-preferred. Now to Close at bootlace level. Difficult one. Rowan helps him out. Hand passes searching for Tui. Can't find him. Siren sounds. Three-quarter time. And an absolute blistering quarter from the Cats, who led by 30 points at half-time. But they put it beyond any doubt with 7 goals for to 2 goals won in that third term. And at the last change, the Cats lead by 63 points, 14-11-95 to 5-2-32. And Geelong will be playing in next week's grand final against either Collingwood or Sydney.
5 multiple goal kickers for the Cats. Tyson Stengel has 3 straight, including 2 in that third quarter. Tom Hawkins has 3 goals, 3, including 2 in that third term. While Gary Rowan, Brian Myers and Patrick Dangerfield all have 2 goals apiece. Holmes, the injured Max Holmes, and Joel Selwood with a goal apiece. While for the Lions, Archie, Berry, McCarthy, Charlie Cameron and Zach Bailey have kicked their 5 goals. A 63-point lead with a quarter to play in the first preliminary final. For Macca's, 3AW is finals football.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
It's time to sort the best from the rest in the AFL. And there's no better way to get in on the action this final series than with Tab's Same Game Multi Special. Place a Same Game Multi with 3 or more legs, and if a selected number of legs fail, get a bonus bet back up to $50. Available on every AFL game through the final series. Tab. Download the app today.
Excludes WA residents. Available online to Tab account customers only. T's and C's at website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. To kick things off, you can get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au now.
Here at Bunnings, we have the lowest prices for your spring lawn.
Time to get your lawn looking great with a Ryobi 1 Plus 18-volt cordless lawnmower kit, only $329. And tidy up the edges with an Azito PXC 18-volt grass trimmer kit for just $119. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, available for same-day delivery or collection, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
For some people, mornings are the best part of the day. But for many others, it can be a real challenge. That's because to wake up well, you need to know how to sleep well. ResMed has been helping Aussies make every morning a good morning for over 30 years. So if you have trouble sleeping or you wake up feeling tired, why not take a free sleep assessment at resmed.com.au to find out more. ResMed, proud partner of the 2022 AFL Final Series on 3AW Football.
Since 1982, our passionate teams at First National Real Estate have worked 10,400 days and around 582 million hours across Australia with one common goal: to always put you first. And we'll be here in Melbourne to help you on your journey to your happy place. Be it a tree change, a sea change, upsize, downsize, or finding that investment gem. First National Real Estate. We put you first. firstnational.com.au.
Score a great deal at Dan Murphy's for the footy finals. Beat the crowd and shop online at danmurphys.com.au for delivery in under 2 hours or pick up in under 30 minutes. Kick off the footy finals at Dan Murphy's. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise.
3AW footy highlights.
Doesn't really sit for Smith, but then he paddled it to close. He got the little handball to Stengel. He's going to snap from a long way out. This would be magnificent. That is the goal of the night and maybe the goal of the finals.
Running forward down the members' side. He's about 85 out. He kicks towards Hawkins' lead. That was perfection. Comes in, and that is about as good as the pass.
Joel Selwood with the free kick, a 50-metre penalty for dissent, and it is unravelling at a rate of knots for the Brisbane Lions. Final number 39, and the grand final is going to be final number 40 as he pokes it straight through the middle.
Gives to Myers, outside 50, got around one, door open, delivers to Hawkins, 35 out, to go past the great Peter Hudson and Wayne Carey, and he's done that.
Quarter to play, but the first preliminary final is done and dusted. Geelong 14-11-95, Brisbane 5-2-32. Tim, just before we go down to Jackie Reid.
I've been very disappointed in you, Beaver. I've given you ample opportunity to contest the fact that Hawkins has been credited with 728 because there was that goal that brushed the post in the 09 grand final, and you haven't even mentioned it.
Oh, please don't mention the war. Jackie Reid on the boundary.
Yeah, there's some light rain starting to fall now, guys, so we'll get a little bit more slippery in this last quarter. But just in terms of the injuries, the big one is Max Holmes. He's done his right hamstring and was subbed out of the game. Mark O'Connor is in, and for Brisbane, Cam Rayner was subbed out with a right ankle problem. Reece Matheson replaced him.
Yeah, I discussed earlier what they do in this last quarter. So, I think they have a good crack in the first 10 or 15 minutes, but will we see them just control the footy a lot more in this last quarter? Just don't want to lose anybody else. I know you can't. You've got to be careful because you can lose players in any fashion you play, but I just think that they may go into protection mode a little bit here.
Final quarter for Car Next Door. Your car could pay for your next footy trip. Well, the Lions can start planning their footy trip. The season for them is about to end in about half an hour's time. Geelong to prepare for their second grand final in the past 3 seasons. Of course, they went down to Richmond at the Gabba a couple of years ago in the first of the pandemic hit campaigns. Final term, 95 plays 32. Geelong to the punt road end. The Lions to the city end. Good bounce by umpire Hosking, and Stanley wins the tap down to Dangerfield, who cleverly kicks in the one motion as he was gathering it. Punched away from Myers by Rich, who goes back in after it. Dangerfield tackles him. I reckon he got him high. He did. And Daniel Rich, he of the ballistic left boot, will take the free kick at centre half back.
High at half back. He's the man on the marks about 15 metres outside the 50. He pulls the kick beautifully to Payne out on the wing, who's found a bit of space. His pass would have been perfect had it not been for O'Connor seeing it coming and intercepting, taking the mark. Hand pass to his fellow Irishman Tui, who passes low and hard and accurately to Rowan, who runs inboard, drives it long in the Hawkins direction. Andrews reached around, he made the spoil. Socket away by Rich. Over the ball, Archie fumbled, then shot a hand pass to Neil, but by that stage the Cats were coming. Jeremy Cameron took him to the deck and forces the ball up 65 metres out from goal for Geelong. We're a minute into the last quarter. It's Geelong by 63 points.
Stanley outpoints McInerney, but taps it straight to Darcy Gardner. Wobbles a kick to centre wing. Kolajasny far too strong for Zach Bailey, and takes the intercept and saving mark. Across ground to the running Myers, who's had a fine night. He takes the chest mark and then pops it out in front of the leading Cameron. And Jeremy Cameron marks on his chest at about 45. Preferred side for the left footer, and slightly worse than a 45-degree angle.
That was too easy. Zach Bailey be embarrassed by that replay. Kolajasny just pushed him off the line far too easily.
He's done that all. He's taken a few of those. Well, the whole forwards have just outmarked one-on-one.
And you're right, Beaver, on Myers. 20 disposals and 2 goals. His best game of the season.
He had a career-high 25 against the Lions back in round 4 as Jeremy Cameron finally gets on the scoreboard in this preliminary final whitewash. His first major of the night, and he actually draws back alongside Tom Hawkins with 63 majors apiece for the season. So the Big Cat Twin Towers are both just one adrift of Coleman medalist Charlie Curnow, and it brings up the century. and Tony Leonard's rule is going to apply. First to 100 usually wins. 15-11, 101 Geelong, 5-2-32 Brisbane on the car next door scoreboard.
Particularly when the other two were only 32 points.
Correctly.
The two there. This is where the modern footy, where you're rotating interchange and therefore you're having 22 players who have sort of relatively equal amounts of time. If you weren't doing that, you'd be thinking I'd be getting Jeremy Cameron off about halfway through the last. Anyone who's a little bit susceptible, get them off. But you can't do that these days.
Umpire throws the ball up. Dangerfield comes away with the goodies. Kick into the 50. No one able to mark it. Cam Guthrie arrives, sockers it clear of a pack for Geelong. Wilmot there at ground level, but O'Connor too for Geelong. Got a little hand pass. Stolen by Wilmot. Good stuff against Stengel. The young bloke got the better of him there. Ground level though, the contest not over. Now it is, it's over the boundary line. Throw in at the 50, left half forward for the Cats. I've got Hawkins marginally ahead of Cameron in the Geelong goal kicking. 63 goals 39 to 63 goals 36 being.
Almost can't split them, Tim. We've got the close one. As the kick forth, this will be a free kick against Tom Stewart. Bit of a jumper grab on Hipwood, who has been marvellous this final series, but it hasn't been his night tonight. And right on cue, he turns it over. Kicks it straight to Myers, who with the slippery footy, he just dropped it. Picked up by McCluggage. The C's part. Kicks to centre half forward. Danaher marks in front of his eyes. Wheels around from 55. Is he going for home? Well, if he is, it's a terrible attempt. Although Bailey might have... No, goal umpire thinks... Goal umpire and boundary umpire both think it's out of bounds on the full. And the free kick will go to the Cats in the right back pocket. And it'll be taken by Collar Jasny,
who kicks perfectly 50 metres and... finds views, taking the mark at defensive 50. He goes long up the line to the wing. Dangerfield is there. What a night. What a triumph for Patrick Dangerfield. Set the seam with the first goal inside the first minute. Plays on here, drives it long. Hawkins in perfect position, can't mark, but can recover it and kick his fourth goal of the night. Took him a while to find the range, but that was... just made to order, and Geelong go further ahead, 16-11, 107 to Brisbane, 5-2-32. It's a bitter end for the Lions, and Danaher a moment ago just blazing away as though he'd stopped caring. I suppose you can understand that might be the case, but really you'd hope that he might care a bit more than that.
Well, just so wasteful. He's just been so wasteful, and so's Hipwood tonight. Just been every kick they've had, they've either made a mistake by foot or just, haven't thought through the situation. Yet down the other end, Hawkins and Cameron, they just do so much right when they have the footy and create so much for other teams. And Dangerfield, you're right, this has been as turning the clock back, Dangerfield. His marking tonight, 7 marks, has been brilliant.
Talking pre-game about some classic preliminary finals. Didn't really touch on the blowouts. There's been a number of them over the years. I mean, none bigger than that famous 1984 match between Essendon and Collingwood at Waverley. It won't get to that extent tonight, but by gee, 75 points already, just 6 minutes into the final term, as Brisbane free kick to Lockie Neal in the middle of the ground. He goes sideways to Harris Andrews, kicks to the long lead of Danaher. Getting in front of him was De Koning, but he spilt the beans. At ground level, Archie, his jumper was held, but he sort of got it to Bailey, who got it to Danaher, and the little kick over the top. And Charlie Cameron, who's had a very quiet night, marks in the right forward pocket, a step in from the boundary line, and he's going to line up to go with the left snap. Very casual and never gave it a chance. Always to the near side. Charlie Cameron, 1 goal, 1 for this evening, or for the evening, and Brisbane are 5-3-33. Geelong 16-11, 107 on the car next door scoreboard.
It's going to be a long quarter for Brisbane, and in a sense a long one for Geelong, because no one will want to get injured. They've lost one man tonight as the ball's bombed in long. Gardner marked it for Brisbane. Chips inside to Matheson, who goes out wide for Danaher, and he takes a mark with De Koning bearing down hard and making Danaher pay the price for taking the mark. 45 out near the boundary on the right flank.
It's amazing. I mean, they've kicked 16 goals Geelong. I reckon Andrews has done a reasonable job on Hawkins. He's kicked 4 goals, 3, but he's been really good in the contest. Gardner's done a pretty good job on Cameron, but they've still kicked 16 goals.
It's just been under siege. You felt for the back line. 51 entries. And again, look at Geelong's defence. So where Danaher has to take this shot from on the boundary.
Goalless for the night. He still is as it pushes across the face. And the Cat defence forces it through for a behind. Danaher, Hipwood and McStay. Goalless between them. We discussed the possibility that they might just go with the two talls. Not one of them has kicked a goal. It's 107-34 Geelong lead.
Stewart strides back into play, goes very long. Blitzarves drops the mark, but again, massive support at ground level. Chain of handballs ends up with Duncan. Then to Close, crosses 50. Low ball at goal, superb. Absolutely superb by the Cats. Coast to coast. Brad Close kicks his first of the night. And the margin balloons out to 79 points. 17-11, 113 to 5-4-34 on the car next door scoreboard as Brad Close kicks his 24th major of the season.
Now Mark Blitzarve, he's had 15 disposals. I mean, he's playing as a tall midfielder. Sometimes he plays as the ruckman and goes for the hit-outs. But he's such a unique type of player, isn't he? I know where the Patrick Cripps is a 195-centimetre midfielder, but the fact that he can do so many roles makes him an incredibly valuable player, because flitting around the Stanley Blitzarves allows Stewart to float back behind play when the ball's in the front half. So, geez, a credible weapon.
79 points at the ball up. McStay's in the ruck. Blitzarves beats him. Neal took possession but was tackled, had to get rid of it. Found Berry with a hand pass. He's forced the wrong way and then hooks it out to the members' wing where Bailey takes a mark. Over the top with a neat pass to McStay, who steers it into the 50, and Charlie Cameron on the lead takes a mark. He's at the 50. He doesn't think he can kick it, so he goes out to the forward pocket hoping for Hipwood, but Jack Henry saw it coming and is there with the fist and puts it over the line for a throw-in. 20 around from the right behind post. Geelong 113, Brisbane 34. 10 minutes gone, final turn.
Still 14 minutes of playing time remaining. McStay and Blitzarve shoulder to shoulder. Blitzarve's won the tap, but straight to McStay. He got it to Devon Robertson, worried out of it by Atkins. Blitzarves goes again, gets a handball to Dangerfield, who's slung to the ground by Berry. Ball spills free again. Dangerfield, it actually trickles through his legs. Atkins tries again. The footy's pretty greasy now with that light rain over the last 10 or 15 minutes. And the ball eventually is out of bounds. So a throw in at the city end, about 40 around from the Brisbane goal. 17-11 to 5-4 on the car next door scoreboard.
And the scoreline, a true representation of the yawning chasm between these teams. Blitzarve's out of the air and then kicked it down the corridor. Not a lot of depth. Myers in the battle for the Cats. It's helped to Stengel, who's tackled by the jumper, got rid of it in the close direction. He fumbled. The ball a bit slippery now. Brisbane's ball. Berry from behind the centre, a low scything pass, perfect to Danaher on a big lead, takes the mark but he's outside 50, swings it goalward to absolutely nobody. Stewart drops a mark, Charlie Cameron crumbs it, pressured though, and his hook shot at goal falls short. Henry takes the mark in the defensive goal square for the Cats.
The versatile Jack Henry can be thrown forward to great effect at times. It hasn't been required tonight. He goes very short and picks out O'Connor, the Medi sub, on for the stricken Max Holmes with that hamstring injury. Long ball down the line. Jack Payne spikes it like a volleyballer. Rowan with the crumb. Got a little handball to Mitch Duncan. Tried to get it to Blitzarves. Payne goes again. He certainly hasn't been the Lions' worst tonight. Gets it to Neal. The Brownlow medalist kicks it around the corner. Is he 48 hours away from being a dual Brownlow medalist? He gets it to Danaher, who handballs to Berry. A centering ball to about 30 out from goal, and Hipwood takes the mark directly in front. 30 to 35 out, and he'll go back and line up for his first of the evening, and the Lions' sixth.
Eric Hipwood, he's been wasteful as well, not in terms of the scoreboard, but his general field kicking. But as you said, he's had a positive final series, but not so much tonight.
3 against the Tigers, 4 against the Demons for his first goal of the night. He drives it home. So Eric Hipwood gets on the board in this final term, which is being played at a pretty pedestrian pace. 12 and a half minutes in on the Collins House online timepiece. Brisbane 6-4-40, Geelong 17-11, 113 on the car next door scoreboard.
And Beaver, you love these little sort of historical parallels. If Geelong kicked 2 more goals and Brisbane kicked 2 more points, the scoreline will be identical to the preliminary final scoreline last year in the game between Melbourne and Geelong, where Melbourne were 83-point winners, and we thought that the Geelong era was comprehensively over. But here they are, leading by 73 points 13 minutes into the last quarter, and they're going to be playing off for it this year, and they're going to go in favourites. That'll mean nothing, of course, when the big day comes around. Brisbane takeaway. Matheson to Bailey. A haphazard kick forward. De Koning led Danaher to it. Gives a little hand pass to Tui, who punches a kick out over half back. It missed everybody leading at it. There's a Geelong free kick, and Dangerfield's got it. He goes surging forward, has a bounce, drives it into the 50. Is it going to be relayed? Yes, it is. What Matheson dealt with him, Lloydie?
Yeah, just silly from Reece.
Rowan's free kick. He missed Selwood with his pass. Duncan makes something of it. Been a bit quiet tonight, Mitch Duncan, and they lost it here. Brisbane's ball. It's banged clear by Bailey into midfield and McStay. And suddenly the gate's open. He drives it into the 50. Should be a Brisbane goal. Coming down the ground. It's Hipwood again into the open goal. Drives it through for his second in about 90 seconds. And Brisbane's 7th of the night. 7-4-46, but trailing Geelong 17-11, 113. 14 and a half minutes in.
It's interesting the psychology of the game. Geelong will be quite happy just to sort of have a mercy draw, finish it now, whereas Brisbane are now playing for a bit of pride in a sense of trying to get the scoreboard ticking a little bit when Geelong are really now into subconscious protection.
And Tom Stewart's coming off too, so we'll be interested to see who his most important players are and best players are through this last quarter, because Shannon Burns straight out to Tom, come off and have a little break. Collar Jasny back on. Hawkins, he's been off for a fair period of time too.
Just playing the traffic cop, the Tomahawk, directing traffic from the safety of the other side of the boundary line. Well, that takes us out of the other historical anecdote. If Geelong had kicked another 16...
Commentators curse.
Yeah, no.
Never ceases to amaze.
We were getting very close to the 1995 preliminary final score when Geelong beat Richmond 129-40, but Brisbane have kicked a goal here, so that's not going to happen. We're now starting to be a little silly. As Neil with the clearance, and it's going to be raining goals soon for Brisbane, because he's picked out Zach Bailey, and he'll line up from 49 metres out directly in front. I guess 10 quick ones and they'll be back in at the Lions, but Zach Bailey will go back and shoot for his second. His first was from a similar range, a long set shot to the city end. Here he goes now from 49. He tugs it left, and while it gets the distance, it misses the major opening. 7-5-47 Brisbane. 17-11, 113 Geelong on the car next door scoreboard, and we've still got more than half the quarter remaining.
Brisbane, in a previous year's final series, did win a 15th straight game in the preliminary final and went marching into a grand final considered unbeatable. That was back in 2008, and as everyone remembers, it came to a sticky end against Hawthorn on a very hot day. Geelong work it out of defence. Zach Guthrie, long and perfect for Henry to take the mark. High at half-back over on the southern side. A hand pass to De Koning. The defence hasn't been extended tonight. Beautiful kick to O'Connor. These minutes are all important to Mark O'Connor, who will want to be one of the 22 next week. He kicks into the 50 to Stengel, who waltzes goal. Went a long way, went too far. He couldn't decide whether to pass or kick a goal, and he kept running while he was making his mind up, and eventually the umpire intervened. Free kick to Brisbane. Gardner will take it in the back pocket at the Punt Road end. 17 gone. Geelong 113, Brisbane 47.
It's part of coaching to worry about everything, and if Geelong, you'd be worried at the moment that we're just going through the motions. Like at the moment we're creating bad habits because the game's decided clearly. There was an element you often start the way you finished the previous week, so who knows?
Not sure what Gardner saw then, but this is Well, this has almost slipped into fast. Gardner kicked it out of bounds on the full. And then was that Buse, I think it was, kicked it straight to Daniel Rich as if he was his team. Oh, Rich almost kicked it straight back to Buse. Eventually gets to Berry. He kicks it into the shin of Dangerfield, or maybe a little higher up the leg, as that went over the boundary line. In fact, we might have a consult here between boundary and field umpire as to whether it did come off the lower part of Patrick Dangerfield's leg, and therefore whether it's out of bounds on the full. In fact, it's come off his boot. Bunting's replay, in fact, it's sort of come off his studs. Yeah. And they've still said, we'll throw it in, even though it's clearly out of bounds on the full.
The replays, they've only just had a little discussion.
We looked at the Bunnings replay.
We saw the Bunnings replay. Yes. The umpires didn't, though.
No. It was a three-man committee at one stage. They were taking it very seriously as Berry from the stoppage. Kick doesn't reach the wing. Isaac Smith's in the way. Gave to Stengel. Got it back. Gave to Selwood. Glorious pick up at his bootlaces on the half volley. Back to Stengel. Centering ball for Duncan. Just forward of the centre. He kicks to Kolajasny. Sneaking up the ground, but his short pass was ambitious and Archie saw it coming. He drives it back to midfield. Straight onto the chest of Jack Henry, who happens to be wearing the opposition's jumper, and he kicks to Duncan on the centre line.
Well, this is Group 1 junk time at the moment, and it is just glorified circle work, Lloydie.
Oh, it is, and Hawke and Tom Stewart still sitting there, so you wonder if they'll even come back on.
Duncan to Isaac Smith, back to Duncan, short pass to Tui, handball back to Duncan, goes out very wide, and Dangerfield marks right on the paint of the 50-metre arc on a 45-degree angle, maybe slightly worse. And will he have a shot for goal? No, off a step. He'll kick to a contest. In fact, he kicks over the head of Jeremy Cameron to young Wilmot, who steps around Cameron, who really didn't make any effort to tackle him. Handball now to Devon Robertson, who steps away from Dangerfield and then handballs the ball straight over the boundary line. And it really has been quite farcical, the football in the last few minutes. Here's Jackie Reid to straighten us up a little on the boundary.
No need for that, guys. Joel Selwood's just come off the ground as well. So, yeah, they are stacking the bench, it looks like, for the remaining moments of this quarter.
Throw in, right forward pocket for the Cats. Neither ruckman really getting a meaningful fist onto it. Picked up by Berry for Brisbane, gave to McInerney, kick smothered. Matheson took the ricochet, gave to Robertson. It's wrenched out of his grasp, and I think he's been pinged for holding it, which looked a bit harsh to me, but whatever. We've seen worse. We saw it in the first quarter. O'Connor's free kick. Hand pass to Duncan. Stuttering steps. Then a short pass, and Close takes the mark. Just in from the boundary and just inside 50 over on the southern side, kicking to the punt road end. And Brad Close, very good tonight. Had plenty of mates, mind you. Just the one goal, and that came a little while ago in this final quarter. Wearing his trademark long sleeves. A few others wouldn't have minded them tonight. It was cold and wet and miserable. Goal kick is across the face and fisted through by the Brisbane big men. Minor score. Geelong 17-12, 114. Brisbane 7-5, 47. Approaching the 21-minute mark of the last quarter.
77,677 in attendance tonight to watch Geelong march into another grand final. Pity we couldn't have had 100 more people, just have all the sevens. But we're really getting into the trivia now. Lions kick it down towards centre wing. McInerney dropped the mark. Danaher with the crumb, kicked it straight to Zach Guthrie. Kicks it back from whence it came. Close provides the contest against Lockie Neal. Bit of aerial ping pong. Cam Guthrie half throws it to Isaac Smith. He runs out of real estate as he tried to get it to Blitzarves, and the ball is out of bounds on the centre wing underneath the Shane Warne stand. So repeating that crowd again, 77,677 in to see the Cats win their 15th match in a row.
Well, I guess in a collection of finals matches that has produced so many crowd-pleasing thrillers, there had to be a shocker at some stage, and it has happened tonight. That's in terms of contest. We've actually seen Geelong in difficult conditions turn on a virtuoso performance, and they are going to be very hard to beat next week, but they'll have a formidable opponent in either Sydney or Collingwood. There is a lot to look forward to, as this season heads to its climax. From the ball up, the Lions gain metres out on the southern side of the ground, but they don't gain possession. And the umpire has to come in and break up a pack with a ball up. It's kicked clear by Atkins now for Geelong. Forward of the wing, taken by Rich, but his kick was smothered. The ricochet is out to the boundary and there'll be a throw-in. Still closer to the wing than Geelong's true half-forward flank. In fact, by a considerable margin. Boundary umpire to do his job. 22:40 gone, and the Cats lead by 67 points.
Sydney Collingwood tomorrow, the twilight match from the Sydney Cricket Ground to sort out the Cats' opponent. The ball back over the boundary line will do it all again.
Here's Jezza.
Here comes Jeremy Cameron, jogging the Jackie Reid down on the boundary.
Yeah, definitely stacking the benches now. Tom Stewart wanted to go back out there and they've just said, sit down, you are not going anywhere. So Jeremy Cameron's just come to the bench to, I reckon they won't make any more changes for the rest of the quarter. So
Cameron and Selwood and Stewart all on the pine. And as the Lions force it forward, Bailey takes the mark in front of Zach Tui. Bailey looks inboard. There's not a lot of movement. Eventually he'll kick to the left forward pocket. 3 Cats fly and combined fist the ball over the boundary line, 20 around from the Brisbane goal.
Hey,
of course.
Beef, do you reckon Danger's hurt? That he isn't one of the big 4 that's being rested at the end?
You'd be hurt, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You'd be thinking, how come I'm still out of here?
He should just wander down to the forward pocket, lean up against the point post.
Almost as angry as when he saw that they were using Zach Tui as the bloke on the NAB ad.
That's right. Yeah.
The NAB juniors. From the throw-in, Archie's got it, but he's going nowhere. Zach Guthrie holds him up. There'll be a ball up, 30 out from Brisbane's goal. 24 gone. It's not clear here to McCluggage, who can have a go at goal, try and sharpen up his goal kicking skills, but he misses, as he does do a bit too often. A minor score. It's 114 to 48. That's Geelong in front. 24 and a half gone. They move it quickly, and Duncan with the flight takes a good mark forward of the wing. He'll poke it over the top to Danger, who takes the mark, and the fans reserve a special cheer for the man who came home to the Surf Coast back in 2015, won a Brownlow medal, but he still hasn't won what he really wants. They work it to Tui, who steers it into the 50 in front. Robertson takes a good mark with O'Connor coming from behind. Kick, though, is chopped off by Zach Guthrie. 45 out, directly in front. And I reckon you'd love to see him kick a goal. He's kicked 4 for the year. He is a hard-working player of good skills, and this year he has made a place in the Geelong team his own, and he's going to play in a grand final next week. He goes back, lines them up, comes in for perhaps a last rousing cheer, and he delivers, and they get around him. 25 and a half gone. It's 18-12, 120 to 7-6, 48 on the car next door scoreboard.
Oh, what a good player he's become, Zach Guthrie. He speaks about, I saw him giving his brother life membership and presenting it to him, and he spoke about the club that he's drafted to and what a great club they are, and they just keep giving you chances to perform in the big games. And he's done a long apprenticeship, Guthrie, and I think it's how it should be. It's what it used to be like when you heard Michael Tuckley talk about how many games he played.
Yes.
And that's the one thing about being at a strong club. You play a lot of reserves football, and he's now blossoming. He's been at the club a long time, Zach Guthrie, probably.
It's the strength of the Geelong squad, isn't it? We talk about rotating players and sort of resting Selwood a fair bit. You need a strong squad of 30 players to be able to do that kind of situation.
So we've just seen some vision. Max Holmes has walked around the boundary line to rejoin his teammates on the bench. There's a couple of Cats have actually gone down pretty heavily there. Joel Selwood just flexing his leg. Might have got a little bit of a corky. And we'll have a toss-up at centre-half forward for the Lions. In fact, it was friendly fire. It was Zach Guthrie who just kicked that goal, being pushed into his captain. From the restart, Devon Robertson grabs it, forces it forward. Zach Guthrie with the spoil into the path of O'Connor, who's tackled by McCluggage. No prior opportunity, and again we'll have a toss-up. So we're down to 2.5 minutes remaining. The Lions just trying to get a final couple of consolation majors as Matheson handballs to Danaher, hooks it round the corner, and Hipwood takes the chest mark. Not much of a contest applied there by the Geelong defenders, and Hipwood can go back and line up for his third goal of this final term and his 10th goal of the final series.
Yeah, a bit of junk time. You know, it's good on him. He's fought through, but would have liked them early in the game, not in the last quarter.
So Eric Hipwood to the city end for the Lions' 8th. Slight angle, 30 metres out, and he has missed. 7-7-49 Brisbane, 18-12, 120 Geelong. And that is on the car next door scoreboard at the 28-minute mark.
And it's a 71-point margin as the Cats chip, and Colin Jasny takes a mark. Still inside defensive 50. Kicks over the paint of the arc and out towards the paint of the boundary line to Zach Guthrie, who marks it and chips to his big brother. Imagine that, two brothers playing side by side in a grand final. That's what will be happening next week. Tui's got it now as they go backwards. Kicks untidily to Cam Guthrie, who trickles it to his brother, who's hemmed in on the boundary. He kept it alive and then kicked into a smother, and now it has crossed the boundary line and will be thrown in at the 50, left half forward flank for Brisbane.
Hey Tim, whatever happens, there'll be a set of brothers on either side. We've got the Dacosses, the McCartans, and the Guthries.
Fantastic.
Have we had premiership brothers since Nathan and Gary Ablett Jr.? Off the top of your head, what was that? That was in 07, wasn't it? The first of the three flags the Cats won.
Yeah.
Have to check on that. That's certainly in the modern era one that stands out.
Yeah.
Ball being tossed up outside Brisbane's 50. Matheson, the substitute, helped it to McCluggage, who gives to McInerney, who fumbled it, and he was standing looking like the Statue of Liberty. And by the time he had his hand firmly round the ball, he wasn't able to get started before the tacklers came. And now it's out towards the boundary line, and there is going to be a ball up between wing and half forward for the Lions.
Brother Kelvin playing 76?
76, yeah. Me and my brother Kelvin, yep.
There you go. We'll just try and think of a few more on the way through. We go way back to the Colliers, Tim.
And the Scott brothers.
Yeah, of course, yep. Of course. They missed the
Corns brothers.
Third one, didn't they? So the Cats get the clearance. Cam Guthrie with a handball to Stengel, handball to Isaac Smith. He kicks around the corner. It's coming back, though. What has happened here?
Correct disposal, I think, against Geelong.
And it'll be the ex-Cat in McCarthy, who kicked a big goal in the first quarter for the Lions, but they really haven't given a yelp since then. Man on the mark stands at 49 metres. And McCarthy, now what's happened here?
McStay is decked.
There's going to be a reversal.
Just in the wrestling off the ball around the marking contest, the forward line against McStay.
Go back to Stengel at right half back.
And he dabs a little pass to Duncan. With the Hocking brothers as well back in the famous 89 grand final. Gary tangled with Dipper and Stephen tangled with Dermy as the Cats work the ball across their defensive line between fullback and halfback. Henry marks it. He loops it over the top. And the siren declares it over and declares formally that Geelong will play in next week's grand final against either Sydney or Collingwood. They have crushed Brisbane by 71 points.
We're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
18-12, 120 to 7-7-49. The Cats absolutely destroying Brisbane and showing what a gap there is between them and everything we've seen so far. Hawkins 4 goals, Stengel 3, a couple to Myers and Dangerfield as well as Gary Rowan. Hipwood the only multiple for Brisbane with 2, but it's Geelong's night and it might be Geelong's year.
Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, in your park.
So the Cats are the first team into the grand final of 2022. They will play Sydney or Collingwood. That match to be decided from 4:45 tomorrow afternoon Eastern Standard Time, which you'll be able to hear on 3AW Football. Geelong 18-12, 120. Brisbane 7-7, 49. The minor premiers dismissing the Lions as we can get down to our good mate Jimmy Bartell, working for the TV broadcaster tonight with Joel Selwood.
But I'm sure all you're thinking is on this incredible performance. Absolutely nailed tonight.
It was good, mate. It's hard to speak. It's loud here, but it's just a really good, solid performance by the boys. We wanted to come out and start well and get it going, but it's harder said than done sometimes.
Everyone outside says you're different this year. You're playing with more attack, more dare. Are you different in your mind?
Oh, definitely. We do have different looks, especially going forward. We think we've got a really dangerous forward line. If we could give them lots of looks, then we can kick a score.
Got a lot of young blokes who are going to probably play their first grand final. You're coming off the bench. How's that for you?
It's fine, mate. I just do what I need to do. Geez, they're playing well, though. I'm so happy for so many of them. Zach Guthrie, Brian. I just gave Max Holmes a cuddle, mate, and it's so sad. I've seen it before happen, but he's been so important for us all year.
Paddy's been building for this big game. Richo's about to talk to him, but he starts the game, just blasts one through from 50. How good's that for him and you watching being a good mate of his?
Yeah, he's got it in his bag of tricks, so let's use it. He's a special player, and this week it'll probably build up around him trying to win one. He's not thinking like that. He just wants it for the group.
Mate, enjoy the win with all the young boys and the old boys, and over to you, Richo, with Danger.
Thanks, Jimmy. Danger, your timing, you're on perfectly. The body looked really good, mate. You're moving really well.
Yeah, we feel like right throughout the season it's been a really big build, and we know what has been ahead of us, and we've taken it sort of month at a time, and it's a credit to our PPT staff that got us in all in great nick.
What about the team, mate, and the performance? It was pretty emphatic tonight. You're in good shape moving into next week.
Yeah, we feel like we've been building, and it's not just one player for us, and that's been such a strength of ours right throughout the year. If one's down, then the next stands up, and that's been our mantra. It has to be, and it was pretty good tonight.
You're going to have 5 players next week that haven't played in the grand final. You'd assume they'll all be selected, the young guys, and they've been really important to how you've played this year, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have been. Tyson Sengel's got our most recent premiership success. He played one in the SANFL last year, so it's a privilege to play this time of the year, let alone in a grand final and spend the day there. So we're up for the challenge.
What about the coaching group? Does this feel like you're coached as well as you have been ever, probably, with the group that you've got at the moment? The way you set up tonight, it was emphatic.
Yeah, it's a credit to our coaching staff. They've been so balanced, and not just with the wins. It's been when we haven't played our best. We've still been really level, and I think that's the key to success in an enjoyable environment. That it's not an emotional roller coaster. We understand there's ebbs and flows, but every day we come in, it's a fun day at the club.
All right, mate. Enjoy the week.
Thanks, Richo.
Good luck. Well done, Paddy.
There you go, that audio courtesy of Channel 7, 3AW's Jimmy Bartell and Matthew Richardson working for the TV broadcaster tonight. Firstly with Joel Selwood, the Geelong captain, and then with Patrick Dangerfield, who was a star tonight, finished with 2 goals. Every story is different, but there are some similarities. There's no suggestion Patrick Dangerfield is about to retire, but Shane Crawford, a Brownlow medalist, finally played in a premiership in game 305. It'll be game 303 for Patrick Dangerfield next week. Also a Brownlow medalist, but still yet to taste the ultimate. Plenty of a stack of individual awards, but what they all play for, what anyone plays for in any football code, the ultimate team success has still eluded him.
How many premiership players have they got within the group, Beaver? So we've got Selwood, Hawkins,
Duncan, who's just got in 2011, didn't he? And is that it? I think
so. Blitzabs didn't play in it.
No, Cam Guthrie didn't.
No,
either.
so it's
Isaac Smith, of course.
Yeah,
Isaac
from the other club.
the Hawks,
So it's amazing how many are going to taste it for the first time if they can get the job done next week. How they've just evolved the list and they haven't bottomed out whatsoever.
Yeah, but because it has been 11 years.
Yeah, but the coning's been how good he's been for them. We Holmes disappointing there, but as Stengel the pickup, but he has made a lot of moves. I think the way Jeremy Cameron's played this year, Isaac Smith's played a different role. Brad Close, Brian Myers, so it's made a lot of Mitch Duncan playing off half back. So it wasn't just the way that the style of football that they've changed; it's been the personnel that has assisted them as well.
Makes a difference when when Dangerfield's one of those weapon players, and when he gets a lot of, like, say, 28 disposals, 20, but their kicks, 22 kicks, 5 handballs, because he runs away with the ball, and 4 shots at goal, 720 metres gains, and so when Dangerfield plays like that, he really impacts the game. And I think late last year he wasn't in that kind of level, I don't think. But you've mentioned a few of those the players that you would say in the last half a dozen players into the team. But Zach Guthrie and Close and Myers and Stengel, and of course De Koning's the ultra tall defender that allows particularly Stewart and guys like that to float off and play almost fourth tall. But they seem to have a lot more leg speed now, and Holmes, who unfortunately has hurt himself, but a lot more leg speed even with the team they were putting out there 12 months ago.
Lee, I made a list of Joel Selwood, or was it, or Patrick talked about the young players who are getting a crack at a grand final, but they're old ones. Selwood 34, Hawkins 34, Smith 33, Toohey 32, Dangerfield 32, Duncan and Blitzarves and Rowan all 31, Cam Guthrie 30. Once upon a time, I reckon that would have been unthinkable, wouldn't it? A players, because of the high performance people and everything else, getting younger as they get older now, or they're not as old as their bodies once were. Defying
the ageing process. That's the point. With the modern preparation protocols, recovery and all that kind of stuff, the players are I think on average be playing a couple of years longer. Normally once you get over 30, didn't have long left, but where players are regularly getting in towards the 34, 35, but they are a very experienced team, so that core is going to drift out in the next year or two. Even if, as good as they are at the moment, and they've got a lot of young players coming in, that's a pretty good, pretty talented half a dozen you mentioned there who are all well into the veteran category.
John Kennedy said to them, it's later than you think. It'll be getting very late.
It is for those guys, but that's not really the issue. The issue is they're in pretty good shape. They've been well managed, and they go into the grand final in not only winning easily tonight, but I think they've managed their squad brilliantly this year. You've got to have a powerful squad to do the managing part, but I think they look like a side. They were running on top of the ground tonight, weren't they? They really had bounce in their legs from the very beginning.
Jed Buse, he's an underrated player, Buse, but gets the job done every week, just about. He played on Charlie Cameron, 8 disposals, 1 goal, 1 for Charlie. And you think it's going to be a bruising affair tomorrow at the SCG. So there's a few sore boys for Geelong, but you can imagine how tough it's going to be in that environment tomorrow.
Beaver, I'm just going to put on my best Gary Ayres voice. Jed Buse and his father, both 150 games for Geelong. Just like the Ablets, the Hawkins, the Scarlets and the Rankins.
Jed Buse getting chaired off the ground. I'm not sure whether you should get chaired off for your 150th, but anyway, that's okay. Next week, Zach Toohey will play his 250th. So we're the biggest game of the year to play a major milestone match for Zach Toohey, of course, former Carlton star, but now having played well over 100 games as a Cat. They're about to file into the room, so let's get down to Jackie Reid. The Geelong dressing rooms will be absolutely bubbling over with excitement as they have marched into a grand final in emphatic fashion.
Well,
Jack.
you would think so, but there is no family or friends or anyone down here. It's very silent. We've been made to wear masks for the occasion, so obviously the club is very concerned about COVID protocols leading into a grand final, and probably so they should as well. So the players are all just walking in now in their droves. I can see Patrick Dangerfield's just coming in now, Reece Stanley. Joel Selwood's just waiting for Tom Atkins to walk in. So they're just walking in. They're very calm about this, considering they're into a grand final. It's very low-key, I think. I'm a little bit surprised.
Good sign, I think, Jackie, they were into a grand final about 30 minutes ago. That's the reason. So this is only just the sirens gone, so now it's done.
Yeah, this is just the formalities, right?
That's it.
All right, well, they're just getting ready now to sing the team song. Here we go. I think they're just making sure everyone's here. Here we go. run-of-the-mill song for the occasion. I'll see if I can track down a player, and we'll have a chat with them a bit later on.
And at the Brownlow, thanks, Jack, at the Brownlow, so they'll have their own room, and the team they play will have their own room, so they won't be mixing with anybody else.
And if it's the Swans, I guess they won't even come down to Melbourne, will they? They'll probably be in a
normally. Well, I mean, I think the Lions players, in fact, we're going to stay down for it because they're already in Melbourne, so they stay down an extra day or two, go to the Melbourne Brownlow, then go home on Monday, even if they're playing in the grand final. But I don't think the Swans, when you have to jump on the plane just to come down for the Brownlow, normally I think protocol is those teams have their function in their home state.
20 minutes to 11 on a Friday night on the Collins House online clock. We will take a break, get back down into the Geelong rooms on the other side of this. More analysis from Lloydie and Lee, including all the key stats, thanks to First National Real Estate. Geelong, 18-12, 120, have thrashed the Brisbane Lions 7-7-49 in the first preliminary final in front of a crowd of 77,677. For Maccas, 3RW is finals football.
It was the year 1996.
Lockett has put the Swans into the grand final.
Tomorrow, we're set for another epic preliminary final at the SCG. Will it be the red and whites of the Sydney Swans?
Brickman! The Munster puts it through from the pocket.
Or will it be the black and whites of Collingwood that advances to the grand final?
Josh Dacos, a long bomb is there.
From 4 p.m, it's right here on 3AW. For Macca's, 3AW is finals football.
We've all been guilty of eating a few too many pies and sausage rolls and chips at the footy this season, and some of us may have even gained some winter weight, Lloydie. Well, with Light and Easy, it's not only easy to get back into healthy eating and losing a few kilos, it's enjoyable. You can enjoy your choice of over 235 amazing breakfasts, lunches and dinners every day. No shakes, no classes, no cooking, just delicious, perfectly portioned meals delivered to your door. Thousands of Aussie blokes are already enjoying Light and Easy's meals and loving them. They even offer a money-back guarantee, but I don't reckon you'll need it. So come on, guys, jumpstart your health today at lightandeasy.com.au.
Kick off the footy finals and score a great deal at Dan Murphy's. Shop unbeatable prices in store or online at danmurphys.com.au. Conditions apply. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
Saturday racing is heating up with Tab. And on all races at Randwick, Caulfield and Gold Coast, place a fixed odds win bet in venue or on course with the Tab app. And if your horse runs second, third or even fourth, get a bonus bet back up to $50. That's bonus bets back on all races at 3 tracks this Saturday, but only at your local Tab. Download the app today.
Excludes WA residents. First online fixed win bet placed in Tab venues. T's and C's at website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
It's Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale. To kick things off, you can get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger car and SUV tyres. Tyre Power's Big Footy Final Sale can't last. Visit tyrepower.com.au now.
This car's earning money. So's this car. And this car. Thanks to Car Next Door, your car could be paying for heaps of stuff you love. Car Next Door is the app that lets you earn money by renting your car out to locals. Bookings are managed via one simple app, and contactless pickup with instant keys means you don't even have to meet the borrower. Search Car Next Door to find out how to start earning.
Here at Bunnings, we have the lowest prices for your spring lawn.
Time to get your lawn looking great with a Ryobi 1 Plus 18-volt cordless lawnmower kit, only $329. And tidy up the edges with an Azito PXC 18-volt grass trimmer kit for just $119. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, available for same-day delivery or collection, we'll beat it by 10%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
16 minutes to 11 on a Friday night, preliminary final night from the Melbourne Cricket Ground, where Geelong has marched into the grand final with a 71-point flogging of the Brisbane Lions, 18-12, 120 to 7-7-49. We'll go back down into the Cats' victorious rooms with Jackie Reid very shortly once we get a player offered up for an interview. But let's have a look at some of the key numbers, Lloydie. Thanks to First National Real Estate. Their team of real estate experts will put you first.
I think the best man on the ground was Patrick Dangerfield. He started it and he finished it really well as well. 28 disposals, as Lee said, 22 kicks, 6 handballs, 7 inside 50s, 2 goals, 720 metres gained, 8 clearances. He was absolutely everywhere, 16 contested possessions. Duncan finished with 26, Tui 24, so many multiple goal kickers. Myers 22 and 2 goals. Even Brad Close 22 as a small forward lead with a goal.
That's big
as well.
numbers, isn't it? 22 disposals, Close and Myers. I think they had 10 or 11 score involvements. I mean, they were really, really valuable, weren't they, those pairing? Because, again, I didn't think, I mean, Hawkins got his 7 shots a goal. He can't, but I thought, and Cameron wasn't in the game much. So those small forwards for most of the game, and then midfielders, they were their main goal kickers early.
Inside 50s, 59 to 46 in the end. The uncontested stuff, Beaver, it was 230 uncontested to 177. So they were just too slick across the ground. An extra 1,400 metres gained. They dominated the air. 15 contested marks to 8. 30 scoring shots to 14. I couldn't say there was a strong player for Brisbane. Lachie Neale had the most disposals with 20. So yeah, they'll.
A lot of those were late, I suspect, in the last quarter when the game was in the balance. That was had a rare game where Lachie Neale wasn't getting a lot of the ball.
Yeah. Charlie Cameron just 8 disposals. Who else? Daniel McStay disappointing potentially in his last game for Brisbane. 10 touches. Zorko disappointing with 11 touches. Nothing to celebrate for Brisbane.
So Honda's most reliable and durable player of the night. Get your garden on with Honda's lawn and garden power equipment range. Has to be Patrick Dangerfield, the Brownlow medalist. Best afield this evening in the Cats' huge victory. So we already start to look ahead to Sydney and Collingwood tomorrow night. But before that, the Geelong captain, Joel Selwood, who next week will set a new record playing final number 40 in yet another grand final for the Cats champion, is standing alongside Jackie Reid.
Well, congratulations. You're into another grand final. It was as comprehensive as it comes. What are your overriding emotions right now?
Oh, I'm not really sure, Jackie. I mean, the boys were outstanding tonight. We prepared the couple of weeks for it to come out and do it. It doesn't always fall that way, though. I mean, we've been watching them the last couple of weeks, and they've been really solid across the board. So to our boys, we just got a lot right, which was pleasing when you get to a prelim and you can do it like that.
Talk about getting out of the blocks on fire. Patrick Dangerfield was unbelievable in the opening few minutes, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and he can do that. And probably that's what we come out of Collingwood saying, that, you know, if we can get him to start that way, then it's really hard to stop. So, I mean, we can say that he started well, but I thought his game was outstanding all over.
Joel, personally, I mean, I don't know whether you probably were rapt that you've sort of rested your 2 or 3 games during the year, but right now that investment is really paying off for you.
Yeah, I must say Leo bit the tongue in round 4 when we played the Lions and they were a top 4 side. So, but after that, I sort of got my head around what it would look like with good communication from the coach and the staff, which was good. And during those weeks that I had off, I was able to run and just look after the body like I haven't been able to in the past. So, put a lot of trust in teammates, and you've seen the growth across the group. That I mean, we've got players that just keep improving every single week, and that's all we ask of them.
Do you think on that one, is it that you just have developed a really good 30-man squad, and therefore you could rest people like yourself fairly regularly, or is it the chicken or the egg, or has it made them
I don't know. You've seen a lot more footy than me, but we've probably had 10 guys improve out of sight this year. And they're at good ages where they can do that. But it doesn't usually all happen at once. In my time in footies, and it's just been so fun to be around. I mean, bringing Tyson in and seeing what he can do, and Zach Guthrie and Max Holmes and Gryan tonight. I'm so happy for Gryan. I mean, I could keep going. Sam DeConnie. Who else?
A lot of them.
Yeah. Hey, Joel, also, everyone's talking about the ball movement. I know you were asked about that with Channel 7 after the game, but behind the ball, like last week, I thought in the first quarter you were under the pump, but you held up really well, and Brisbane came at you again for early periods that their defence stood up. Have you changed much as a system with that, or has that stayed pretty true with how you get Tom Stewart freed up and as a team defence?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work as easy as probably just freeing Tom up.
Yeah.
I mean, the other boys work to positions that can be used too. I mean, I thought as a collective they worked outstanding tonight in how we could move the ball, but it also our wingers are so important to our game. Max and Reg Tui, and who else were we playing out there today? Isaac a little bit. Just so important to what we do.
And that Mark Blitzab, the fact that he can sort of play almost as a ground level midfielder, but then he can go.
I don't think he actually knows what he does.
But I mean, it seems you can use him and Reece Stanley, which probably enables, if you need to, for Tom Stewart to float off a little bit if the ball's down the other end of the field. He's a great weapon, isn't he?
Oh, he is. I mean, we've known that for years on years. He's been filling gaps for us across the board, but he's probably got his recognition this year off the back of other players playing well and being in a winning side. But Mark's been doing it for years on years, and we think that he's been outstanding for us not only this year, but he's won a couple of best and fairest that people probably don't know about.
Joel, have you had a chance to have a chat to Max Holmes yet?
No, I just gave him a couple of hugs, but to be honest, we don't know what that looks like. We pray for the best. He's important to us, and he's been outstanding for not only his playing, but he's quite a mature young kid. So let's hope that we can give him a chance this week.
And Joel, you had some big weeks in your lives. 3-time premiership player, but pretty good week this week for you. Also announcing that you're having your first child.
Yeah, thanks, Ludi. And it has been really nice. Sprit's currently 16 weeks, and with the Brownlow coming up and a couple other events, it's going to be a little bit harder to hide. So we thought that we could get on the front foot a little bit, but she's going well and baby's growing well.
And Joel, your coach, his 500th game as a coach and player tonight, and he's been coaching Geelong since 2011. We sometimes hear of teams getting a bit sick of hearing the same old coach's voice. Are you hearing a different voice in any way from Chris Scott this year? Because the team really seems to have sharpened up its act, even from some pretty successful years that have preceded this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's outstanding. He's starting to get a little bit more recognition across the board, but we've been to the draft, and I think we've only had one sort of top 10 since myself. We've had to find players from here, there and everywhere. We've grabbed a couple from Ireland. We've grabbed a couple of mature ages in Stewie, Tice, Closey. And we've just been able to put it together. But it's a mastermind what he's been able to do. But he got taught by someone pretty good.
Joel, enjoy grand final week. I make it'll be the 6th grand final that you play in, and soak it all up. You've got a lot of experience at it, and good luck next Saturday in the big one.
Thanks, guys. Go Cats.
Geelong captain Joel Selwood, who will play in his 40th final, an VFL-AFL record next Saturday. 6th grand final will be game number 355.
And you asked about Chris Scott. See that stat up on the TV. I'm not sure if any of you have referenced it, but his 500th game tonight.
As a player coach.
Yep.
Player coach, amazing.
Yeah. Is it well known that he has, of coaches who have had longevity, the highest winning percentage in history?
It's over 70% still, isn't it?
Just 69.7, I think it was. Dick Reynolds, 67. McHale, 65. Checker Hughes, 65. He's in pretty good company.
Some fair names there. Let's get back into the Geelong rooms. The Pilot medical update. Men, level up your health with Pilot. Head to pilot.com.au today. Speak to a doctor online and get treatments delivered. Jackie Reid, as we asked the Geelong captain then, they're praying. I think he did use the word praying for every fairy tale. There's always a sad story around grand final.
Very optimistic, aren't they, down here? So perhaps it's just tightness or something a little less significant than it looked. But Max Holmes had a right hamstring issue and he was subbed out. Mark O'Connor replaced him. So So best of luck for Max this week, and hopefully he can get up. Tom Atkins had some sore ribs on his right side, and Cam Guthrie spent a lot of time on the bike throughout the game. And for Brisbane, Cam Rayner had a right ankle injury. He was subbed out. Reece Matheson replaced him, and Brandon Starcevic had a bit of an issue with his left knee. He had that taped up and played on throughout. So that was it. There's a few little niggles, but I'm sure the Cats are looking in pretty good shape overall, and good luck to Max.
You'd love to think that it was cramped, but I don't think it was. I mean, he basically kicked a bit of an inside-out pass, and he immediately went for his leg, and he really did hobble off, didn't he? Unless it's a cramp, which is unlikely, he looks like he has pinged it.
Good on you, Jack. Thank you for that pilot medical update. And Jackie, if you're still there, did you actually mention Mark O'Connor as having a slight issue as well?
No. He replaced Max. Yeah,
because we're watching him now out at the moment. Like he's played,
topping up his conditioning.
Yeah, played a quarter and a half. He's been running laps, and now he's involved in contesting work with Harry Taylor, who's trying to tackle him, and you can tell from.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think Mark is completely fine, but yeah, on the Max thing, I think Lee, you are right. His reaction, if anything, said a fair bit at the time, and you don't often see players in tears and banging his head on the ground and then going down into the rooms. And I think you guys might be right that Chris Scott went in there to visit him before coming up for the 3/4 time break. So hopefully it isn't as bad as it looked at the time, and hopefully he's a good shot, because he is important. He is an important player for their team, and I know that Chris Scott loves him. He seems to mention him in most press conferences, talking about why he hasn't been nominated for the Rising Star. So hopefully they can get around him this week, and the scans prove that it's not all that bad, but it didn't look good at the time.
Well, if he does miss, you really think it's a choice of three. It's either Mark O'Connor, who's the Medi sub today, Brandon Parfitt, or Sam Menegola. Probably like for like, Parfitt's the closest type of player to Holmes that could slot in out on a wing, but I guess it depends on whether they're playing the Swans or Collingwood.
The thing that Holmes has given him is real speed and acceleration. But I mean, of the wingers that are on the emergencies list, well, Menegola is probably the most likely. Parfitt's more a centre square midfielder type.
Goal of the day and mark of the day. Let's start with the goal of the day, or the goal of the night, thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Thanks, Dos. Had a car accident, call Sheen first, 1300 repair. I reckon tonight there was about 3 or 4 team goals from the Cats where they went end to end, which were absolutely
They
superb.
just ran, didn't they? We saw Collingwood do that a bit last Saturday night, didn't it? When you got players that have got the legs and the leg speed to run with each other and link up by hands, it's very, very hard to tackle if you're sort of having to run 100 miles an hour to chase from behind. They just slice through the lines upfield.
Stengel kicked a few beauties too.
Oh,
a massive snap from long range. And he kicked
Some idiot might have called that the goal of the final.
You did too, so you've forgotten pretty quickly, Lee.
It was caught. Thank you, Matthew. Caught up in the mate. No, let's give it to Tyson Stengel, because
you have to now.
It was a big call. Yeah, exactly. Let's move on to the mark of the night. Thanks to Foodworks, shop local and save at your neighbourhood Foodworks. Well, I'm not going to say anything here because I'll probably forget something pretty obvious as well. Lloydie, you took a mark of the year, which I think I've told you over the years. I was calling that game and I missed it. I was looking down at the footy record when you actually took it. What was the mark of the night, Matthew?
Mark of the night.
Come on.
Well, I don't know if we got one.
Come on, Smarty.
I'll say one of his 10 marks. 9 marks for Patrick Dangerfield, but I don't think we had.
He did take a towering grab over on the outer side, or am I imagining? Oh,
yeah.
If you talk about one-on-one marks, I mean, Colin Jasny took about 5. Just he had body to body with his opponent, just outmarked him. So in terms of quantity, he took plenty of contested marks.
Tim,
I'll go with Lee.
Jake Kolajasny wins the mark of the night thanks to Foodworks. Shop local and save at your neighbourhood Foodworks. Indeed, from Prospect. Is that up? That's up north near Lonnie. Yeah, of course. There you go. 18-12, 120 to 7-7-49. The final score tonight in the first preliminary final, and we're almost out of time. Coming up after the 11 o'clock news, Brad Hardy, talking of Brownlow medalist, the 1985 Brownlow medalist, with Footy Nightline. Thanks to Tobin Brothers. He'll be taking your calls on 133 693. That completes Friday night footy for the season.
Been so much fun.
Been a lot of fun, fellas. 3AW footy for Maccas. It's the 11 o'clock news time.
Greg put a lot of thought into his footy finals cook-up. Soft or crusty bread? Barbecue or tomato sauce? Beef or pork snags?
Greg! We're out of beer!
If only he'd given some thought to the six-pack he saw on the way to the checkout. Add a drop to your shop for footy finals at IGA Liquor, where good food deserves a great drop. Drink responsibly.
Missed a show? Click on audio and catch up at 3aw.com.au. Melbourne's 3AW 693.
11 degrees in Melbourne, showers tomorrow, top of 15. It's 11 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Gal Watson. Geelong is the first team through to the 2022 AFL Grand Final.
Henry marks it, he loops it over the top. And the siren declares it over and declares formally that Geelong will play in next week's Grand Final. They have crushed Brisbane by 71 points.
They're always on the ball.
The call there on 3AW, the final scoreline 18-12, 120 to the Lions 7-7-49. The game attracting a crowd of 77,677. The Cats will play the winner of tomorrow night's game between Sydney and Collingwood. Homicide Squad detectives have charged a man over a fatal assault in Noble Park early this morning. Emergency services were called to an address in Leslie Grove just after 1 a.m. Paramedics worked on a 25-year-old Springvale man, but he died at the scene. A 30-year-old man of no fixed address was arrested and has subsequently been charged with murder. A 24-year-old officer man has been released without charge. Investigators believe they were all known to each other. There were just over 13,000 COVID-19 cases reported in Victoria this week, down 17% on the previous week. The 7-day rolling average of patients with COVID-19 in Victorian hospitals is 210. This is all part of the new weekly reporting from the Department of Health. The department has not provided a breakdown of deaths, though, or even a total number of deaths, only saying there was an average of 11 deaths reported each day in the past week. The Reserve Bank believes property prices are likely to drop by at least 10% over the short to medium term. Homeowners use record low interest rates to inflate the market over a number of years, but rising interest rates have seen many people abandon a property purchase. RBA Governor Philip Lowe has told a parliamentary committee while prices have come down, they're still higher than before the pandemic.
Prices went up 25% over the past 2 years. Very, very big increase. It would not surprise me, and this is not a forecast, but it would not surprise me if prices came down by a cumulative 10%. And even if they did that, they're still up 15% over 3 years.
King Charles has addressed the Welsh Parliament in the past hour. The King and Queen Consort's visit to Cardiff marks the final stop on their tour of the UK's 4 nations after visiting Northern Ireland and Scotland. The King passed on his thanks and expressed his commitment to the Welsh people.
Having visited the Senedd regularly since it was founded, and having heard your heartfelt words today, I know we all share the deepest commitment to the welfare of the people of this land.
Sport. Your phone's not smart until you download the 3AW app.
Repeating our lead story, in Geelong has advanced to the AFL Grand Final, beating the Brisbane Lions by 71 points. Captain Joel Selwood has told 3AW Football it was an outstanding effort.
We just got a lot right, which was pleasing when you get to a prelim and you can do it like that.
AFL Commission Chair Richard Goyder has paid tribute to Dr Alan Aylett, who has died at the age of 88. He played for North Melbourne in the 50s and 60s and went on to be VFL president for several years. Mr Goyder says he'll be remembered both as a champion player and an administrator with extraordinary vision that changed the game. 3AW commentator Lee Matthews says Aylett played a significant role in modernising the game.
He was president of North Melbourne when, in the early 70s, got together with Albert Mantello and Barry Cheatley and Brass come in as coach, and all of a sudden they went from almost the suburb. They were the first club that marketed themselves heavily and fundraised to try and actually get a bit of pot of money to go and spend on all those 10-year players back in that era.
In the AFLW, North Melbourne defeated Geelong by 12 points in Launceston, the Kangaroos winning 28-16. And in the NRL, Parramatta defeated Canberra Raiders 40-4. 11:05, that's the latest news and sport.
Platform 28 is the perfect place to celebrate footy's big dance and to be able to watch every second no matter where you look. Catch all the action live and loud on the last Saturday in September. Enjoy a food and beverage package from 2 till 6 that includes footy classics such as meat pies and sausage rolls, plus live music post-game. Tickets are just $110 per person, but hurry, they're selling fast. Book now at platform28.com.au. 18 plus event only. Please drink responsibly.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles is the only tile company in Australia to offer a lifetime guarantee on all our tiles. Yes, all National Tiles come with our exclusive lifetime guarantee. So don't risk it. Insist that your tiles are National Tiles to ensure you're covered by our exclusive lifetime guarantee. National Tiles, Australia's only lifetime guarantee tile company. Conditions apply.
Dan Murphy's September catalogue out now. Jam-packed cover to cover with jaw-dropping deals and super hot offers for My Dan's members. Shop in store or on the Dan Murphy's app today. But hurry, offers end Wednesday, September 21. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
Time to tidy up. Have your business or personal documents destroyed safely and securely on site in the Shred On Site shredding truck. Clips and all. AAA security certified. For peace of mind, visit shredonsite.com.au.
Saturday racing is heating up with Tab. And on all races at Randwick, Caulfield and Gold Coast, place a fixed odds win bet in venue or on course with the Tab app. And if your horse runs second, third or even fourth, get a bonus bet back up to $50. That's bonus bets back on all races at 3 tracks this Saturday, but only at your local Tab. Download the app today.
Excludes WA residents. First online fixed win bet placed in Tab venues. T's and C's at website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
Weather. Take the heat out of the coming summer at the Blind Factory Spring Sale. Call 13 Blinds.
Showers tomorrow, top of 15, overnight low of 9 for Sunday, rain 16, Monday shower or 2, 17, Tuesday and Wednesday partly cloudy both days, 20, Thursday cloudy and 19. On the bays, northwesterly winds around 15 knots, waves below a metre, but a strong wind warning for Port Phillip tomorrow. In Geelong, it's 9. In the city, 11. Gal Watson, Melbourne's home, 3AW.
Now, on 3AW 693, welcome to Footy Nightline, brought to you by Tobin Brothers Funerals. Here's your host, Brad Hardy.
Yeah, good on you, Craig Willis. Very good evening, everyone. Welcome to Footy Nightline, our last for season 2022. The man who travels by train, Tony Leonard, is off to the SCG tomorrow for the big game between the Sydney Swans and the Collingwood Magpies. Love to hear from both of you. 133-693, 133-693. The Cats straight through to the grand final. I see the temperature down in the Cattery's only 9 degrees. I don't think they'll care tonight, Damien. They'll be absolutely cock-a-hoop. Fantastic performance by the team tonight. 77,677 patrons here this evening. See the Cats taught the Brisbane Lions a lesson. It was 18-12, 120. Hawkins with 4, Stengel with 3, Myers, Rowan and Dangerfield all 2 each. And the Lions could only manage 7-49. Hit with 2 in junk time, unfortunately for them, was the major contributor. 133-693, 133-693. We're here for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Many thanks to James McLeod for his fantastic support again in season 2022. So let's hit the Hope Road running. And speaking of which, we will get to Eddie Summerfield at some stage. Eddie is our roving reporter. He's on his way to Sydney, and we know that people are flying, they're going on buses, they're going by car, and Eddie is on a train full of supporters. It's an overnight train, so we'll have a chat to him around about 5:30, so that should be a little bit of fun as well. Let's hit the phones, 133-693. Love to hear from the Geelong supporters in particular, probably making their way away from the MCG after a fantastic win. Some heading back down the Cattery, some might live local. So give us a call. Hello, Karen, how are you? You're at Sunshine?
Yeah, quite happy.
I bet you're quite happy. They were outstanding. Brilliant.
Oh, wow. They were fabulous tonight, weren't they?
They were brilliant. Well, you've got one. You're in the grand final.
Yeah, and I think the Swans will win tomorrow.
So you think you'll be playing the Swannies?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close game between Swans and Collingwood. I think, and it was Chris Scott's 500th games coach.
I'll have to check on that, but it could well be. I think it's Zach Tui's 250th game next week. I'll stand corrected on that. But, yeah, so there's a few milestones around the place.
Hawkins got 3 goals. Could have got 5, but never mind.
Well, he kicked four. He could have kicked more, as you say. He missed a couple of early ones. Yeah, he missed a couple of early ones.
On TV, it was good.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Well, mate.
Fabulous.
Well, good luck, Karen, next week. There's a lot of love in the room for the Cats supporters tonight. So let's go to Michael. G'day, Michael. You on your way home from the game?
Yeah, g'day, Brad. Yeah, I'm very proud of the boys, and it's great to see them hungry. You know, they're really hungry. I think they're going to do it for Dangerfield and Selwood. They're going to just go all out, I think, personally, next week.
Oh, I think you're right. I mean, even last year, and it was fair criticism because your record in the finals wasn't that great, was it? But they changed things up. Now, Stengel's been enormous. Maxie Holmes is the player we're praying for, as I think even heard Joel Selwood say in the interview with the boys that they're praying for him. You couldn't believe that. It's quite remarkable. So, but it might open the door. Someone else's misfortune is another one's gain. Could it be Parfitt? Would it be Menangola? Who would you pick?
Benegola, yeah, look, they've got a good backup, haven't they, really, Geelong, the whole 30 in the squad there, whatever.
Yeah.
They can choose. They've got Menegola, probably.
But you got the other success stories too. I mean, we've all known about how good Cam Guthrie is, but Zach Guthrie, he's been a revelation. He's been terrific this year. He's been a beauty.
He was there for quite a few years, wasn't he, Brad? He's been there for a while, but the team's so strong, he couldn't get in.
Outstanding. He was brilliant, and blokes like Close and Co. Because you've replaced them and have been so ferocious, so energised, and you say it's keeping the old blokes young, keeping them new. And what about Joel Selwood next week? It breaks Michael Tuck's record. It'll be 40 finals, unbelievable.
And still hungry.
Oh yeah, he's a beauty. He's an absolute ripper. Good on you, Michael. How are you gonna be able to sleep this week again? Are you gonna be able to get a ticket to the final? That's the main thing.
Oh, but TV, I like it on TV personally. I've been a few grand finals, but I love the vision. My eyes aren't that good.
Yep.
My eyes aren't that good, so I like TV for that.
Good on you, mate. Well, good on you, Michael.
Anyway. It'll be great.
Yeah, it'll be fantastic. Just try turning that TV down and listen to the boys on 3AW, eh?
Oh, for sure, all the time. 24/7.
Good on you, Phil. Good on you, mate. Appreciate it. Good on you, Michael. Good luck. Happy Cat supporter there. Hello, Hank.
Hello, Bradley. How are you, buddy?
I'm going well.
Just to answer Karen's question before, it's the 500th game that Chris Scott has coached or played in. Unfortunately, 499 too many.
Coached and played. Is that what she was talking about?
Yeah, 400. It's his 500th as a player or coach. Brisbane, mate. I reckon they've hit the wall. I reckon they've gone. I'm a Collingwood man, but I'm a football purist.
Yes.
Now, I reckon they've squeezed it. They've got to do something now. They're not going to go any further than this. Joe Danaher, he's about as useful as Beryl at the moment because she's got COVID, unfortunately.
Poor Beryl.
Is he ever going to step up like fair dinkum? He's the saying, built like Tarzan, plays like Jane. Unfortunately, he should be a superstar. They need a little bit more. Lockie Neal's carrying. What do you reckon they're going to have to do? They've got to make some hard decisions.
Well, unfortunately,
really hard.
Unfortunately for my boys, I reckon Josh Dunkley's committed to go to Brisbane. So that will help them. They still need others, though. They still need more. Jack Gunston's been on the table for a while. I reckon he'll stay at the Hawks. So, but I don't think it's another forward they need. I think they need more grunt through the midfield. As you say, Lockie Neal needs a chop out. McGluggage goes well. Jared Lyons couldn't get back into the lineup, so Dunkley probably comes in there, I would have thought. I was just surprised. I'm even a little bit concerned about Chris Fagan. I know it's too early for post-mortems, but has he taken them as far as he can take them? I'm not sure. His family, his grandkids and that are down in Melbourne. So I don't know. Is that a consideration? We'll just have to wait and see.
I did think that last week, but then they did win. But you're right. Yeah, no, it's not the forward. They just lack class everywhere. I think he might have taken them to the end of the road. They might need a bit of a refresh everywhere else, but I'm not sure. But the Pies, I reckon the winner is the flag is, and I'm biased, I know, is tomorrow. Collingwood or Sydney, I think will beat Geelong. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really do. And I said to Beryl tonight, I said they're going to win by 12 goals. I was 1 point out. But hey, listen, Brad, what are we going to do We've got to get a petition. Everyone out there listening to me right now, all your regular callers, we've got to get a petition for you to be on air every Friday and Saturday, 11 till 12 during summer. We need footy for them during summer. So who can we write to at 3AW to get this happening, mate? We don't want to listen to Simon or Stephen or whatever his name is. We want you to talk footy. We talk footy all year, mate. Come on.
I know. It never stops. But Simon Owens, he does a fantastic job, and he'll be on next Saturday and beyond. I think we've got a few AFLW games to cover as well.
He's got to get you on occasionally. He's got to get you on air.
He loves his
Healy's still there. I'll email him.
Good on you, Hank. Appreciate your support right throughout the year. But, Simon Owens will be back again next, starting tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. He might have a little bit to work around, but he's an absolute ripper. He's one of my favourites. And he, and particularly on Sunday nights with him and Phil. Sorry, I just got that. I've got all my Brady's mixed up there. Let's go to Mark. G'day, Mark.
G'day, brothers. Thank you for a great year of, Friday nights, Saturday nights, whenever you fill in. But, mate, I want to ask you a question. There's too many of these AFL footballers on mega dollars or going for mega dollars. Luke Jackson wants, 1.5 million in a pub in Fremantle or whatever. Then you've got McStay. I think he does commercials for McDonald's. He had 10 kicks, nothing on the scoreboard. Where's this game going to? Don't get sucked in playing blokes big money, because you have a look at my boys, Hill, they're still copping it, Hanbury. And what do you reckon St Kilda are going to do? And I reckon, listen, Geelong have got this flag well and truly won. The blokes like Dangerfield and that, they've been wanting it. They will just win and will comfortably next week.
Yeah, but, it's interesting. It's interesting, Mark. I mean, it's a byproduct of the TV rights, and we know that the players are the ones who certainly get the bums on seats and eyes in front of the TV and ears on the radio, and so they expected to get paid handsomely, and they will get paid handsomely. And sometimes if you're going to jerry somebody out of a particular club, e.g. a Luke Jackson, you're going to have to pay top dollar to get them out of it, even though they're going home. It's an interesting one, but it's caused a bit of friction at Fremantle, because you can see straight away, we've been talking about that in the West all year, that the things weren't quite right, even though they've been going well. But it has been one element that's caused a little bit of concern over in the West. So I understand how much is enough. We'll just have to wait and see. G'day, Tim.
Brad, how are you, mate?
Going well, Tim.
That's the way. Look, fantastic win by the Cats tonight. I've lost my voice from screaming that much, but they rang rings around Brisbane and stuck it right up them. So all the Geelong fans, get on board for next week. This is our year, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't think you'll have any trouble with that. But what about some of the players? We spoke about the ones that, the usual suspects, but De Conning and these sort of blokes, haven't they been? Stengel, haven't poor old Maxie Holmes, we're not sure. It sounds like his hamstrings might have popped. We'll have to wait and see on that one. They've been terrific the way they've regenerated themselves.
It's their year, mate, and they've got to do it for Selwood, because I'm not sure if he's going to kick on next year. He's been with the club 16 years, and
Sure.
I think one more premiership will put the icing on the cake. So go Cats, good on you, Brad.
Well, we don't want to retire him, but, I mean, it'd be a perfect way to go out, wouldn't it?
It would, mate.
Only, as they say in the classics, Tim, you're only as good as your last game.
That's right, Brad. That's right. Go Cats.
Good on you, pal. Good luck to you. I'm sure they won't have any trouble rousing the team together, the crew together to follow the Cats next week. Hello, Kyra.
Hello, Brad. How are you? What a beautiful game tonight. Geelong won.
Yeah,
I went with me grandson and granddaughter tonight.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, they're one-eyed Geelong supporters, Brad. It's wonderful.
Oh, how does that work when the Saints play them?
Oh, beautiful. Now, the grand final.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the lovely Sydney Swans and Geelong.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll think the Swans will beat the Pies tomorrow?
I reckon so. I hope so, yes. And then Geelong and them can play. Anyway, Brad, it was good to talk to you for 2022, and we'll speak to you in 2023, all right?
I certainly hope so, Kyra.
Wonderful year.
Thank you for being
Brad,
a great...
unfortunately, Brad, I've got bowel cancer, but I'm going to get hopefully treated for that starting next week, the week after.
Good stuff, Kyra.
Right,
We'll keep tabs on, and you keep letting either Dennis or Simon know how you're getting along, please, because I'll be listening.
Yeah, all right then, Brad. Have a good grand final. You know, go. It should be doggies or St Kilda. I tell you what, Brad, we're going to get there next year, no doubt about it.
Oh, I certainly hope so for you, Kyra, and love you and all your family, extended family. You've been a ripper, and you can call in anytime, 133 693. Hello, Billy.
How you going, Brad?
Good, Billy.
I've got a message for Hank. Hank?
Yes?
I'm not going to listen to you, you dud.
Oh, that's not very nice, Billy. What did he have to do to upset you?
He wants us to listen to him. He's not my dad.
No.
My dad, I put a bucket over his head.
No, he doesn't want him to listen to him. He was hoping to talk football all summer, but, you know, we love our footy.
Before I talked about Ben Rutten, Daniel Ridge, is he retiring?
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that as yet. And maybe, again, the post-mortems for Brisbane might be a little bit too soon. There's a lot of areas they need to. I think there's a few issues that they need to address, Billy. I'd be surprised.
One of the commentators said he might have played his last game in Brisbane.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll try and follow it. Damien Tardio's in the box. He'll try and follow that up for us, Billy. But, yeah, I hadn't heard that one.
How do you reckon Ben Rutten will go at Richmond next year? He was there about 4 years.
Yeah, he was there before he went and became a coach at Essendon. So I think it's good. I think it's a good thing because too often in the past, Billy, you know, coaches who had a go, and whether it worked out or not, or didn't quite work out the way they in the club would have liked, I mean, we lost them because they were considered damaged goods. And you say, oh, well, no, But why can't you go back and be an assistant coach? Have a look at all the teams around the competition. Brendan Bolton, you know, David Teague.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Justin Lepridge.
He wasn't at Richmond for long. He was only there for 4 years.
Yeah.
He should have waited another 6 years, and he probably would have been a good coach.
Yeah, sure. Well, look,
he's got enough experience.
Sometimes, you know, you've got to take those opportunities. Only 18 jobs, Billy. So when they come your way, you've got to put your hand up, and if you get in a position, you just got to try and make the most of it. That's all you can do, isn't it?
No, the players, they all love him.
Good on them. That's fantastic, and Billy.
Dusty,
yeah, Dusty.
He's staying at Richmond next year.
Yeah, well, I'm pleased for that. I didn't think he'd be going very far. I think he likes his existence in Melbourne.
Because Craig Cotchin's having another year at Richmond.
Yeah, Jackie Rewalt.
Craig Cotchin and Dusty are real good mates.
Yes. Oh, no doubt. Why wouldn't they be? They've had a lot of success together. Good on you, Billy.
You have a good year, and I'll catch you next year, mate.
Before I let you go, who's going to win the Brownlow?
Lockie Neal.
Yeah,
that's on Sunday night.
It is on Sunday night. Yeah, it should be a beauty. I reckon it'll be there's not a Melbourne Cup field, but I think he will certainly be in the top two. I like Clayton Oliver. We'll see how we go, eh? We might get the Cronulla.
Go, Lockley.
Good on you, Billy. All the best. Thanks for your contribution in 2022. Hello, Graham.
How's the money, cutters? Hey, how good was that? You little beauty.
Hey, fantastic. Did you go to the game?
We went to the game, mate. Yeah, we're on the way back down the highway. But,
beautiful.
I just wanted to say it's disappointing with Holmesy, but I really think Brandon Parfitt, hard around the footy. That's what we need next week. We need a hard nose around the footy, and I think it'll be a good inclusion if Holmesy doesn't get up.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I'm looking at Parfitt. I'm looking at O'Connell, the Medi sub. Sometimes the Medi subs don't get picked the next week. You've got Menengola sitting in the stands. I think it's a race in 2 or 3 there, Graham, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least if Brendan Parfitt come in. He's been very unlucky. I mean, he's been a pretty good player in 2022, hasn't he? He just fell out of the team at the wrong time, and it's hard to get back in.
Hard to get back in, but you need tough and you need polish in the big league, and he's the man. He's the man.
Yeah.
So
good on you, Graham. You're going to get you and your team are going to get tickets to the grand final. Have you already got them, or are you in the ballot? What's it work for you?
I don't think so. I think we'll watch it down the highway, but we can only hope, mate. We'll see how we go.
Good on you, Graham. Good luck. Well done. Congratulations, and good luck next week.
Yeah, the money gunners.
133 693 133 693. Eddie Summerfield will come up shortly. We'll take more of your calls after this. We've just gone 24 past 11 here on Footy Nightline.
Win your way to Sting with 3AW. Sting is bringing his My Songs tour to Melbourne, and we have a stack of double passes to be won. Sting, live at Rod Laver Arena.
Thursday, February 23.
Tickets on sale 11 a.m. today.
From livenation.com.au.
Listen to Breakfast and you could win your way to Sting.
Starts Monday on 3AW.
Moving home? Don't do it alone. Need some space? We know a place. For every stage of life, Storage King has hassle-free storage solutions. Visit storageking.com.au today. Storage King, the kings of storage, moving and more.
At Liquorland, we're celebrating all cheer squads with a great range of quality drinks, like a bottle of Oyster Bay Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc for just $16. So head into your Liquorland today or shop online and collect your order in just 30 minutes. T's and C's apply. Details online.
We're joined now by Brent Boomer Harvey for his regular Saturday preview, proudly brought to you by the Watchdog app, where you can see vision of every Victorian greyhound race live and free. Premier Greyhound Racing on Saturday night racing, Boomer. Have you found a good prospect that we can all get behind?
Well, there's a young girl appearing this Saturday night who should be attracting a lot of attention. She pops up in race 5 and her name is Baby JC. She's the only dog running with a picket fence next to her name. First, and you guessed it, first again. In fact, she's won her last 6 races from a total of just 9 starts. But there's more to this dog. Her winning margins have been incredible. Just last week here at the Meadows, she won by 8.5 lengths. In her first win, she finished almost 10 lengths in front. She's been flying under the radar. She's set for a big one. Baby JC, race 5, 7:53 p.m.
There we have it. Boomer Harvey's Premier Racing Saturday night pick. You can watch every Victorian Greyhound race live and free and check out Boomer's picks. Just download the Watchdog app or follow Watchdog Racing on Twitter or Facebook. Don't forget, please gamble responsibly.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles is the only tile company in Australia to offer a lifetime guarantee on all our tiles. Yes, all National Tiles come with our exclusive lifetime guarantee. So don't risk it. Insist that your tiles are National Tiles to ensure you're covered by our exclusive lifetime guarantee. National Tiles, Australia's only lifetime guarantee tile company. Conditions apply.
The Special Children's Christmas Party, in association with the Junior Adventures Group, are proud to bring joy and happiness again this year. These are some of the great businesses who help make this happen.
Ozwaste Recycling, Burmad Water Technologies, DT to DB Accounting, Churchill Bass Reworks and Servicing, Truckers Toy Store, Churchill Bass Trading, Moonee Valley Bus Lines Proprietary Limited, Roven Metalworks, Sandalford Holdings, and the Andrews Group.
Footy Nightline, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day.
Certainly have. They've been absolute rippers all year. James McLeod, Managing Director, out there. He's a beauty. And they're on hand 24/7 for all of your needs, should it be something that you need to do. 133-693. It's 133-693. Love to hear from Cat supporters making their way back down the highway to the Cattery. Your team's into a grand final. It's absolutely fantastic. They won tonight in front of 77,677. Timmy Lane, Bruce Eva, Matty Lloyd, Lee Matthews are all fantastic. What a fantastic call. Pretty hard when it gets a little bit one-sided. I did just a call on 882 6PR in Perth, and we spoke to Zach Tui after the game, and we asked him what the message was at three-quarter time from Chris Scott, because you're 63 points in front. You're playing in the grand final next week. What do you say? And, obviously, they don't want to get hurt. Nobody wants to get hurt, but you've still got to play it out. And they played it out pretty professionally, didn't they, in the end, because they won the last quarter by 8 points. G'day, Dennis.
G'day, Brad. How you going?
You're going well.
On a Friday night.
Yeah, yesterday came off the bench. The man who travels by train's going to Sydney tomorrow, so we just needed a bit of a chop out. So Craig Moore gave me a call, and I was more than happy to jump on board, mate.
You do a great job. Yeah, sad news about Mickey Albert passing away.
Yeah, very sad. Very sad. Yeah, Alan.
Australian.
Yeah.
Stalwart of North, and and a great administrator too. After that,
my word. And
it's pretty sad that he went.
Yeah, it's a wait. Sorry, go on.
Tomorrow. I think I'll go to the races tomorrow. It used to be the old show day handicap. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Show day, they used to have a meeting.
Yeah.
The old Marlborough Cup was the best meeting of the year, I used to think. All the people would be playing footy and all that. all the footy had finished and they all got there. There's a big crowd, but they could move around. There were sportsmen. It was exciting. It was the start of it. That's one thing Jeff Kennett did to us too. We got rid of that.
What time's the last tomorrow? Where are they tomorrow? Caulfield. What's the last time? Because everybody be crammed around the big screens, I reckon, because that's going to be a magnificent game between the Swans and the Pies.
It'll be fantastic. I think the Swannies will get up too. They just bring too much pressure. They're my second side.
Yes,
yes. North. But look, I think they're probably the only ones that'll get close to Geelong, for a year or two, to be honest. I'm in a sense, I'm really happy to be following North. The only way for us is up. And 2 or 3 years, I think Geelong will be there. And while they're there, we'll be building up. And then hopefully we're poised to strike.
Yeah, well, you look like you're getting a couple that want to come in the door, and Logue's the latest from Fremantle, who looks like he's pretty keen to come across. I'm not sure exactly where he fits for you, but, he's a very popular player from Fremantle. Can't fit in. Taberner and co keep him out of the forward line, and down the back they've got Pearce and those sort of guys. So I dare say probably comes into your back half for the time being.
I reckon he will. I'm not that up with him. I don't know what his disposal's like. I mean, you need good disposal coming out of the back line. It's no good just blasting away and turning it over. So if he's one of those sort of players, I'd be happy to see him.
Sure. Oh, look, he can play either. And I think he's more accomplished as a backman. I've seen him play a reasonable game once or more than a reasonable game on Buddy Franklin, and that's not easy to do. No. Sometimes some blokes are more natural defenders than they are forwards.
Yeah, we let Tarrant go. Yeah, it was one of those sort of things. Was it a good move or wasn't it? We didn't have anyone to replace him, but if this chap comes in, he's young enough and he'll grow with Mackay and hopefully form the base of a great backline.
Yeah, I hope so, mate. It looks like it's taking shape. We'll see what happens. You've got to get a CEO now, and you get to a stage where, Peter Bell's name's been mentioned, but I'm not sure how much validity is in that.
I'll tell you who I'd love to get back is Eugene Rocket. He turned the place round when he came in, and I think he didn't see eye to eye with Brad Scott in the end, and one of them had to go, and you couldn't sack the coach. So
yeah, Mark,
I'd love to see him back.
Mark Brayshaw's another one that's been touted. He's got plenty of experience. You won't be lost there, mate. Hey, Dennis, really appreciate your thoughts right throughout the season, mate, and good luck to the Kangas next year, eh?
Yeah, it's been great listening anyway, and you've had some fabulous guests on, and I can continue to do that.
Good on you, Dennis. We'll attempt to do that. We'll see how we go, mate. Thanks very much for your call. 133 693 133 693. Keep them coming. We will sort of get to Eddie Summerfield not too far away. We'll hear from Chris Scott and also Chris Fagan. Not too sure exactly what will happen with the Lions. Chris, he'd be nonplussed tonight. They've gone semi-final, prelim final, semi-final, prelim final. They haven't just quite got it done. So there's something just missing from that Brisbane lineup, and a couple of those games have been lost up at the Gabba as well. So, they've acquitted themselves pretty well in this final series in a shootout against Richmond, pretty good against Melbourne, coming from 20-odd points down last week, but they just couldn't match it with one of the top two teams in the competition, because certainly they're the number one seed right now, the Geelong Cats. And who will they be playing? Will they be playing the Sydney Swans, or will they be playing the Collingwood Magpies? Love to hear from you. 133 693. This is Footy Nightline.
3AW is full of smart speakers. There's Ross Stevenson and Russell Howcroft, Neil Mitchell, Dee, Tom Elliott, Luke Grant, Dennis Walter, Darren James, Tony Moclair. And the smartest way to hear them all is with Amazon Alexa. With an Amazon Echo smart speaker at home or at work, listening to your favourite station is as easy as saying, Alexa, play 3AW. Now that's smart. Amazon Echo with Alexa. Grab yours now at amazon.com.au. Melbourne, what have you seen? What have you heard? What's happening near you? Tell Tom Elliott something he doesn't know, and you could land in the draw for the yearly Word on the Street prize. $50,000 towards the car of your choice from the Penfold Motor Group. Call Tom on 3AW Drive. Send an email or a message on Facebook or Twitter. Word on the Street for Penfold Pre-Owned. Thinking of selling your car? Receive an obligation-free online valuation at penfoldpreowned.com.au.
At E&S, nothing feels better than getting that new appliance feeling. With free delivery and removal on fridges, dishwashers, washers and dryers. We'll also install your dishwasher from only $99. And we won't be beaten on price. So shop online or in-store today and get the E&S feeling for less.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles is the only tile company in Australia to offer a lifetime guarantee on all our tiles. Yes, all National Tiles come with our exclusive lifetime guarantee. So don't risk it. Insist that your tiles are National Tiles to ensure you're covered by our exclusive lifetime guarantee. National Tiles, Australia's only lifetime guarantee tile company. Conditions apply.
Having trouble sleeping? Try Melatonin MR, a modified release melatonin tablet which maintains your internal body clock to help you fall asleep more easily, improve sleep quality, and wake feeling alert. Try Melatonin MR, now available without a prescription, because a good day starts with a good night's sleep. Find it at your local community pharmacy. Ask your pharmacist. They must decide if this product is right for you. For patients 55 years and older.
Dan Murphy's September catalogue out now. Jam-packed cover to cover with jaw-dropping deals and super hot offers for My Dan's members. Shop in store or on the Dan Murphy's app today. But hurry, offers end Wednesday, September 21. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
Win your way to Sting with 3AW. Sting is bringing his My Songs tour to Melbourne, and we have a stack of double passes to be won. Sting, live at Rod Laver Arena.
Thursday, February 23.
Tickets on sale 11 a.m. today.
From livenation.com.au.
Listen to Breakfast and you could win your way to Sting.
Starts Monday on 3AW.
Footy Nightline, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day.
Yeah, Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. Been a great supporter all year on Footy Nightline. 133693. Continue those calls coming through. We are trying to get onto Eddie Somerville. He's on the train on his way to Sydney. We'll try and find out exactly where he's at. He might be just in a bit of a blind spot there, so we'll get to him as soon as we possibly can. But that doesn't stop us from pressing on here. And Chris Scott, who's going into another grand final, won one many years ago, 2011, got an opportunity to try and win one, which they didn't quite get done in 2020. Let's have a listen to Chris Scott, the victorious coach of the Geelong Cats.
No, it was look, we thought we were in really good shape going into the game, and we'll take that feeling into next week as well. But there's always a level of anxiousness when the stakes are so high, and the execution from our team over the last 3 or 4 months has been really good, but you've got to keep doing it in the moment. So, save for a few missed shots early on when we really could have put them away. It was obviously a good performance.
We've talked a lot this year about the differences in your side. You see more attacking. There's more flexibility. What about the balance between being able to restrict an opposition and slow them down, and then sort of put the foot on the pedal yourselves? It seems to me like that's been perhaps the biggest improvement, just being able to go through the gears a bit better.
Yeah, I don't want to sound defensive, but it's not really the way that we think about it. We just try to look forward. So it's not a matter of sitting down and saying, what sort of team were we in 2020 and, what's the 2022 team going to look like in comparison. But if I do play that game for a minute, one way of thinking about it is we thought, statistically, we're a really good offensive team. Like that's the sort of part that's a bit confusing. It's like you're top 2 or 3 in offence, but your offence is not good enough. That doesn't make any sense. But what does make a bit of sense was when we tried to play more aggressively in a need to score scenario, it just looked too different to our normal style. And I think that's probably a fair observation, that the various modes we have look a little bit more similar at the moment.
Patrick Dangerfield start, Chris, put him in the middle, and the impact was pretty significant straight away.
Yeah, he's in really good shape. It's now I'm playing this game. Compared to where he's been previously, it's chalk and cheese. So he's a bit older, but he goes in to the biggest game of the year in the best shape he's been in 4 years.
What do you put that down to?
A brilliant medical staff. A couple of people in particular that have just done an outstanding job post-COVID world a little bit. He went. We had 8 weeks in the first lockdown where he wasn't able to get treatment, and that didn't help him, in my opinion. And a bit of luck. You always need a bit of luck. So, yeah, there are other reasons too. I mean, he's the ultimate competitor, great preparer, team man, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think I spoke about our medical team last week with Jeremy Cameron, and it's just so comforting as a coach to ask a question and completely believe the answer.
Did you ever have any doubt that he could get back to that sort of touch, Paddy?
I didn't, no. And neither did he, but we knew it was going to take some work.
Every asked the question of the medical team at that next time.
Yeah, so they're optimistic about it. So I it's like an injury that's absolutely going to rule him out. They haven't given me the detail yet, except that they're optimistic that he'll play. So it didn't look like that to me. So that made a good night better.
Did you go and speak to him during the game? Obviously, pretty distraught on the sidelines there, and he was quite buoyant in the rooms.
Yeah, so I did, and I wanted to speak to our medical staff about another issue or two as well. And yeah, I went down there thinking the worst, and I bounced out of the rooms as well at 3/4 time. So it's looking like, it's not a sure thing, but my understanding is, yeah, when the guys I'm talking about, the quality of our medical staff, when they say they're optimistic, then it gets me up on my toes.
How big of a decision? He's been really good, hasn't he, all year to you?
Max? Yeah, he's been outstanding. Yeah. But he did miss 8 weeks, Lloydie, in the first part of the year. So he's really helped us in the second part of the year. And there's a decent chunk of those guys that did miss a large part of the first half of the year. Dangerfield was one, Rowan was another, so Holmes, there are others. And that's sort of one of the reasons we think it wasn't good management necessarily, but it was just the way it sort of came together. We feel like we've got a few guys who are in better shape than they would have been had they played 25 games.
How big of a decision is it though when you've got a player who genuinely looked like he must have felt at the time that he was probably lost his chance to play in a grand final? Now you're obviously optimistic, but going into a grand final knowing a player potentially isn't 100% and knowing you've got a guy like Brandon Parfitt in the wings, like, it's a big call to make.
Yeah, that's why these guys are so good. And when I speak of the comfort as the head coach talking to the people that make those decisions and just trusting exactly what they say, it's a really nice feeling. So you think about it in terms of risk because you don't have all the information. I don't have all the information either, I just trust them.
Your superstars are your superstars, but would you agree that maybe some lesser lights like Colgate and Myers, I'm thinking particularly, were just as important tonight and will be going into next week?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we've got to the stage through a lot of hard work where we have some great depth. I mean, I've said a few times the players we don't have in our team at the moment, if you had said that to me 12 weeks ago, I just would have flatly refused to believe you. They are, and again, I've said it before, it's worth saying again, it's not a ranking of your best players. The roles and the mix of your team is just so important. A couple of those guys I'd have right up in the top 10 or 15 players on our list. It's the worst part of coaching. But I think I was asked a question during the week about the superstars, and I was kind of almost going to say, well, who do you mean? Because our team has changed, and it's been happening for a while.
Yeah, Chris Scott, he'd be pretty comfortable tonight. He'll have a nice night's sleep, and all of the pensiveness will start tomorrow. And hopefully, sounds pretty promising from Chris's point of view that Max Holmes might be okay. We'll just have to see how those medicos come up. But he did point out that there's a couple of good blokes in the wings, including Brendan Parfitt. Also, there is quite a couple of others. Sam Menegola is one. Mark O'Connor, the sub tonight. Got a little bit of time on the ground. Do they take him in? I don't think it's worth the risk to take in players who are got sort of injury because it can be proven fatal in the past. But the good thing for them was the fact that, Tommy Hawkins kicked 4 and Stengel kicked 3 and Myers and Dangerfield, who was dynamic in that first half. He was just absolutely sensational starting in the middle of the ground tonight. They did large. He paid his bit, but Jeremy Cameron was a little quieter for his standards tonight. So there's a fair bit to like about the Cats going forward. And they'll certainly bathe in the glory this week and enjoy it absolutely all week and come up against either the Swans or the Pies next week. 133 693 is our number. Come and join the conversation. We'll hear from Chris Fagan and a few others between now and midnight on Footy Nightline.
Win your way to Sting with 3AW. Sting is bringing his My Songs tour to Melbourne, and we have a stack of double passes to be won. Sting, live at Rod Laver Arena.
Thursday, February 23.
Tickets on sale 11 a.m. today.
From livenation.com.au.
Listen to Breakfast and you could win your way to Sting.
Starts Monday on 3AW.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles is the only tile company in Australia to offer a lifetime guarantee on all our tiles. Yes, all National Tiles come with our exclusive lifetime guarantee. So don't risk it. Insist that your tiles are National Tiles to ensure you're covered by our exclusive lifetime guarantee. National Tiles, Australia's only lifetime guarantee tile company. Conditions apply.
It's time to sort the best from the rest in the AFL. And there's no better way to get in on the action this final series than with Tab's Same Game Multi special. Place a Same Game Multi with 3 or more legs, and if a selected number of legs fail, get a bonus bet back up to $50. Available on every AFL game through the final series. Tab. Download the app today.
Excludes WA residents. Available online to Tab account customers only. T's and C's at website. Gamble responsibly. Call Gamblers Help 1-800-858-858.
Spring cleaning is when homes get a new twinkle in their eye.
A new spring in their step.
A new colour in their cheeks.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. We'll be there before you hang up the phone.
When that shiny truck from 1-800-GOT-JUNK arrives at your house,
it's a sign of a new beginning.
A clean start.
A breath of fresh air.
When your home feels clean and happy,
the people inside feel clean and happy too.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOTJUNK.com.au.
At Liquorland, we're celebrating all cheer squads with a great range of quality drinks, like a bottle of Oyster Bay Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc for just $16. So heading to your Liquorland today or shop online and collect your order in just 30 minutes. T's and C's apply. Details online.
The NBN network is made for more streaming, game downloads, online business, working from home, and more. Learn more at nbn.com.au/morespeed. Experience may vary depending on factors such as NBN technology, internet provider, plan and equipment.
Platform 28 is the perfect place to celebrate footy's big dance and to be able to watch every second no matter where you look. Catch all the action live and loud on the last Saturday in September. Enjoy a food and beverage package from 2 till 6 that includes footy classics such as meat pies, sausage rolls, plus live music post-game. Tickets are just $110 per person, but hurry, they're selling fast. Book now at platform28.com.au. 18 plus event only. Please drink responsibly.
Footy Nightline, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day.
Yeah, many thanks to James McLeod and his team out there, the managing director. They've been beauties all year. 77,677 here at the MCG tonight. See Geelong advance into the grand final. 18-12-120. Defeat the Brisbane Lions 7-7-49. Now, a little bit of a shortened version here. Chris Fagan is the coach of the Brisbane Lions. It'll be interesting to see where he thought it all went wrong.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to speak to them yet, but it'll be a message of optimism mixed in with a bit of disappointment from tonight. That's how we'll treat it. There's been a lot of good things that have happened this year, and tonight wasn't one of them, so we shouldn't, not talk about those things, but we should also talk about the learnings we get from playing against a great side like Geelong, who just played a brilliant finals game tonight and look in great shape for next week.
Where did it go wrong, Chris?
Where does it go wrong? They outplayed us in every facet of the game, really. The contest, their team defence tonight was was excellent. The way they moved the ball was outstanding. It's hard to know whether the two finals that we played in, where we had to go to the wire every week, what sort of toll that takes on the group mentally and physically. I don't know. There perhaps is, and you've got to back up and travel again. So, maybe we were pretty ripe for the picking, but they've certainly managed their training and preparation exceptionally well over the last couple of weeks, and they look really sharp tonight. So, congratulations to them. And you look at Geelong, and I admire them as a footy club enormously, and we've played in the last 4 final series, and we'll learn from that. They've played in a lot of final series and haven't got to the big dance all that often. And tonight, I felt like the performance they put in was a reflection of the frustration that they probably feel about that. And they've given themselves a chance. So we just have to look at what they've done and go back and learn the lessons from tonight and come out a better team next year, which is what we've been trying to do for the last 6 years since I've been coach, I guess.
Yeah, Chris Fagan there. It's a bit hard to put a finger on it, but look, we've had a few SMSs coming through, and what about that list for the Brisbane Lions? Well, certainly they need a lot more. I think they found a couple this year. I do like young Darcy Wilmot, only his third game. He shows he's not out of place. He's going to